Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first of many. It's going to be the Spate Skirmish in Valorant. 200 bucks on the line, and I can't wait to greet you all and see who is our victor. My name is Arcast, here with Zurek as a guest today. We're going to be your casters, and Zurek, why don't you give us a little bit of the rundown on who we're seeing first?
Well, today we're going to be seeing, everybody's lovely Spate Esports going against the dealers tonight. And, from what I've seen from Spate Esports, it's, they're going to definitely put up a challenge tonight and hopefully come out on top. But at the same time, you can never underestimate your opponents.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we are supposed to be unbiased, and yes, this is the Spate stream, so we wish them luck, but also, you have to give some equal opportunities to both teams. I mean, surely, should be a good fight. Both of them have made it to this quarterfinals for a reason, and for context, guys, this is going to be a best of one. That's right, first to 13 rounds wins, unless there's overtime, of course, but that's going to be the deal for you, so we should be getting into that match very, very shortly.
Yeah, hopefully we do. I mean, there definitely may be some issue, just not an issue, but a little bit of delay. We've got we've got to make sure everything runs about as smoothly as we want it to, not only for casting experience.
You're giggling too much. You're already having too much fun. And that's, honestly, I mean, that's a good thing, right? As long as we're having fun with the game and everybody is having fun on the battlefield, I think we're going to be all right, in for a good show. But yeah, once again, it will take us just a few moments to get on into this game. And I mean, yeah, we haven't really seen too much of these teams before, as this is the first time. But do you have any sort of predictions just based off of how the game is going to go?
Well, I mean, with map one being, with map one and the only map, I guess, being Lotus, right? Hopefully we see a bunch of, Gecko plays, probably some Breach, and maybe Fade instead of Gecko. But the one underlying factor from hopefully both teams is that they're going to run a very aggressive duelist, that being a Neon or a Raze, even though the poor nerfs to Raze, but
But hey,
it's still a very
Ray's
strong
still
pick.
broken though.
Yeah.
To some extent. I mean, well, here's the bigger question. Do you think we're going to see an ISO? Because pre-nerf, ISO was busted. Then they put a little bit of a patch in, and it did go in. The question is, do you think it was enough to take them out of this organized play in this tournament?
I mean, personally, yes. I think so. There's just, with the buff that came in, there was a lot of different things you could do, but with the time on your double tap depleting a lot faster than before, it sets up plays where you have to go fast, but at the same time you can't wait too long. You have to speed up every type of execute that you have.
Yeah, with that being said, it will look like we will not have any sort of ISO action. It is going to be kind of what we speculated with that Neon, but a Breach as the initiator. I didn't quite catch the rest, which we will touch on a little bit more as we get into the game. We'll talk about the strengths and weaknesses as we see them be used, but already still two pretty traditional comps. I mean, we saw a Clove in there, which isn't unheard of, but something that's still kind of getting worked in. Any additional thoughts about that?
I mean, there's a lot of different people that can be paired with a Clove. Usually someone who can deal some damage off a util. And that specifically is, I'm pretty sure, that Breach, right? That Breach is easily going to deal tons and tons of damage when paired with, I think it's called the Muddle?
The Metal.
Metal. My apologies.
Not to be confused with the thing that is some sort of tech. I don't know how to describe metal. How would you describe metal? Some sort of substance. It is a different sort of way. But, as we get into this round, you'd have to imagine that it's gonna be a bit of a doozy, right? Pistol rounds, and especially as you see those Spate players all lining up towards the A site, you'd have to imagine it's gonna be aggressive, and, well, they are. only investing a little bit of util. Here's the initial clash towards the B site. We'll see what happens. Here comes the relay bolt. The stun is good to catch on to Squanto. And a 2v2 trade is the name of the game. 3 versus 3, the end result, at least for the moment. And no, they don't clear the Cypher. The Cypher's good and is going to take out so many more players. That's it, and that's the round.
You know, that honestly very fast-paced round, but right there, you know, we see the use of Neon, right? The ability to dash right into sight, and you know, a lot of fast-paced stuff going on. Raze is Ketsu getting right in there. What?
You know, it's the first week. You gotta give us a little bit of a bye. We're just aligning everything, making sure your viewing experience is the best. Here's the breach stun on out, as you might have predicted, as you might have saw before. But either way, the flash now, the dizzy, everything is just util dumping. The reclear is beautiful from the dealers, and it's only a matter of time before they will take the site, as they do find themselves in a great position to do so. You know, numbers advantage, gun advantage, and really, you know, this Gecko will plant the bomb with the wingman, and utility should be all clear. Taldak now having a 1v1 of their own towards the flank, and the shots will land for Taldak, making it just one lonely little Gecko on site and no value found there. It's going to be a flawless round number 2.
You know, and a lot of statistics we can look at just simply early on is not only how the dealers are pushing their site, but at the same time, you know, winning your pistol, flawlessing your anti-eco, and then being really, you know, having that motivation boost of winning those past 2 rounds to go into your bonus. You know, it can tend to snowball. So hopefully Spate can find a way to come back, but at the same time, you can't count the dealers out.
Can't count the dealers out indeed. Right now, a 1-for-1 trade, and honestly, that's a pretty good result, because remember, this is a bonus buy, so the dealers are trying to do as much damage as possible. Sure, a round conversion would be nice, but if you can get yourself set up for the rest of the half and taking out time after time, you should be in a great spot. Pivot over to A seems to be the call, and honestly, it is the right one. Little do they know they have sight free, but at least with that smoke going on down, you're going to have full access to this site, the cage, to make sure the flood won't come through. And this should just be a nice post plant that the dealers can get set up on.
Yeah, and their lineup of agents perfectly utilizes a great post plant. You know, having that metal as well as breach utility just absolutely ruins any chance they have. You know, and a lot of breach vouchers coming out. Cobalt getting Robo, Squanto getting Cobalt. Good trades coming back and forth.
One enemy remaining.
And it does just end up being Taldak once again, but a rifle, and still the bomb planted for them. Just needs to get 1 kill. But actually, that neural theft is going to be huge. The spam's going to come out, but the half, 8 bullets remaining. The second ping has to come through, and the kill is there. Here's the tap, the final tap, but it's not good. And the stick does not come through, and this will mean there's going to be a final 1v1 and a clutch for Taldak. That's a bonus round conversion, and the dealers will certainly take that one.
You know, and now that serves a massive and probably detrimental impact to Spate's econ. You know, firstly, they lose all the rifles that they had just bought, but at the same time, the dealers are now able to rebuy all the guns that they just lost, and you know, a lot stronger. And we do see, you know, great replay, and honestly, a very smart play from Taldak to wait out the neural theft and then re-swing on the tap. Well, on the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a nice heads-up play. It's very few times that you're going to be able to spam out both players through a smoke. Sure, you have the angle, but it's not always there. And you mean moving into the next round, right? You're going to see then Spate down onto this lower gun buy. And this is certainly a place that they do not want to be at. It seems like Spate are just playing retake time and time again, and it hasn't been working out for them too well. Here's the spam, and it is good, though. Dom will be able to at least claim 1 kill, and that will make this round ever so much more doable, especially as they've just broken the wingman and found a Mosh kill somehow. Mosh kills are always comedic in timing, but now that's gonna let you get the Thrash coming on through. That should be one more kill at least. And yes, just down to Taldak again. Can you repeat what you did before? Have a little bit of deja vu? Either way, it's going to be very, very tough.
I must wait a moment.
It is going to be. It's going to be very difficult for Taldak to do a lot, especially I believe with Thrash coming back online. Unfortunately, fortunately for Taldak, does not make contact, but Spate is just going to hold this cross, and it is, it's going to serve them well.
There's no time to even isolate all these angles. You really have to swing, and it will not come through. So Spate, you managed to sneak one away with a thrifty round, and that's certainly one way to get yourself back into this game.
Yeah, and that now gives Spate 3 rifles, right? They now have 3 rifles that they can take, and not only can they take, but they can also now buy their own rifles and buy their teammates' rifles.
Yes.
So now they just have all of this economy that the dealers just lost in one round.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, the dealers being up 3-0, you'd have to imagine they have that economy advantage, but now the double swing coming on through. Make sure that actually that Neon will actually get out of dodge. Very lucky for you. The space made and then lost just like that. Finally, Spate showing that aggression that they did towards the first round, which was the correct play. And here, you're going to see how that works out. You force them to go different ways, and you are sitting there waiting. Cobalt with 2 very nice kills to give themselves a 5v3 advantage.
Yeah, and it looks pretty smart. Just simple retake onto the entirety of C-Site. But with how they funnel into site, it can be very tricky with the type of angles that you can get on this side.
Atsu, a little bit whiffy, but still manages to get the shots finally. And as long as the last bullet hits, that's what counts. Headshot, and as well, one more to follow it up is going to bring the Spate up to 2 rounds, and seems like they're having a little bit of a dance towards the spike, as well as everybody's having some fun on the podium up there.
Yeah, and a really good flawless retake from Spate, With a Vandal, it really only takes 1 bullet. If you can connect right onto their head, it really only takes 1 bullet, and after that, it's over, right? If you connect onto their head, it's over. But, this could be a pretty good time if they had the read fully. It could be a really good time to do such a C trap where the second there's contact, you just explode onto them from several different angles.
Worried here, that trap play, it might be paying off, and yes, indeed, it will. Spate finally getting their protocols online, and sure, the Cypher has been able to sneak into B, but you have to imagine somebody is aware there's going to be a timing to sneak on around, but Taldak, you're going to have your hands full to try and get all 5. Might be worth it for you just to save the gun, with only 50 credits to your name. Not even a chance.
No, not even. But then again, another flawless round, from Spate. And I guess I did, assume too early that they were just doing a normal 2-2-1 default onto site. But then again, it's like I said about dealers, and like I say about any team that, I haven't watched before. Don't count them out. They're going to have protocols that we aren't aware of, and we just have to wait and see.
Yeah, the first few rounds definitely felt like everybody was just trying to figure out how real of a threat their opponents were. Nab already TPing on up, and the trap plays are beautiful. The reads are just there, and the shorty kill to boot. No, it's Ketsu stealing it on away. How has Fate found the reads time and time again? It seems like this is just going all Spate's way, despite them being down 3-0 at the beginning.
Absolutely. I swear, everybody, I blinked and all of a sudden the round was over. But you know, it's very smart from Spate to just go for these trap plays. They know that they work, and you know, it might look like they're gonna do it again. It looks like they can try and get Raze onto Rubble and isolate a lot of different angles.
Already having to read once again that 3-person aggression towards A, inserts Katsu into a pretty deep angle and buried on out, but still Jacerg at least claiming 2. Sure, there's a not dead yet used and the space will be made, but you need to find a kill, otherwise you are going down and you're not staring for the off angle. Why should you be? Katsu already landing those headshots. A 4v3 now the situation, but plenty of ults. Cobalt will start to use theirs early, and that will be an initial detain onto 1. Staring at the other player, and this is actually going to be a lot more doable, especially now that Squanto has found a kill towards that flank. It feels like just down to Neb. And Neb can't even find anything there. It's just a 1v2, and not expecting it. Both players with their knives out, but Taldak becomes the victorious one.
You know, honestly, I think me and you sitting in the caster's booth, I think we would have lost it. We would have probably laughed quite a bit if they just went for the knife fight.
Honestly, I'd be down. Can we have a match representative or something? Somebody go in there and say, "Hey, can we have a knife fight instead?"
Knife fight mid.
Yeah, knife fight mid. Anyone, please.
Yeah.
And that's not to take away from the demeanor of the game, but still, I mean, in those situations, what really can you do when you have those mistakes being made? Not from just one team, but both teams. It kind of puts you up and sets you up for a different style of game where. Is it, okay, do we just keep playing our plans and kind of expect what we think they're going to do? Or do we have to expect the unexpected, right? And that's why this map and this match can be so very much exciting. Dom, maybe with the wallbang, and does land it. Dom has found 2 wallbang kills from that space, and it will not seem to stop anytime soon. Jacerg with the Rolling Thunder, and the kills should not be going the way of the dealers, but they are. The flash dodge, it is there, and Robo will fall down because of it. Now Squanto has this bomb on the Neon running through CT spawn, which is honestly not something you see every day. They rotate from C to A through the defender spawn, and Dom's holding the angle, but doesn't quite catch the shot. Does find the last one and sets up a 4v1. Good luck with that, Squanto.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if, you know, the rest of the team either tries and baits Ketsu right now. Oh! Squanto getting one of the greatest slide kills that I've seen in a while. Somehow managing to get Neb. Now sitting in a 1v2. Throws the wall up, but this is not looking too hot already.
It is very much doable, but then again, not planted for you. So that might mean that you are out of luck, especially with 2 bullets. No dashes left. Make that 1 bullet, and yeah, you're not going to be that good. Unfortunately, you can't take down 2 players with 1 bullet, 1 through a box. That will be it on the round. Spate will finally give themselves, I believe, a lead, although they might have had one at 4-3, and maybe I'm just trolling.
Actually, I think this is the first lead that they have. I don't recall it being 4-3 actually, but you know, at the same time, either way, if it was 4-3, it is now 5-4, and honestly, the best bet for Spate is obviously to go and, you know, go and potentially get the 6th and even the 7th, maybe the 8th, if.
At that rate, just get all 13.
Exactly, right? At that rate, you just get all of them. But at the same time, you can't count the dealers out, right? They're still putting up a very large fight towards Spate, and they are not making this easy so far.
I mean, Spate put up 5 rounds already on the defensive side, and on a map like Lotus, right, that is pretty impressive. Dom has been known for those wall bangs, the spam kills, and trying to at least provide that threat one more time. Tima trying to find a timing, and oh, can't quite land the second shot. Unfortunate. I certainly wouldn't have hit that. Maybe these players are just better than I am. The paint shell to stall out the push, but Neon squeaks on by. The overdrive invested. And now, how many players can you find? You find 2, but you can only kill 1. As it seems like Spate have found themselves in advantage yet again. The Rolling Thunder, the Dizzy, everything is beautiful. The retakes have been perfect. J-Surg, the 2 players trapped in front of him, happened at least finding one with the Sheriff. But unfortunately, J-Surg will be there to respond. 4 kills on the round. And a great job from Spate to make sure this lead does not fade.
Yeah, absolutely. And, on that topic of, J-Surg using that Rolling Thunder, we also have the Gecko ult coming online for Spate, as well as the Rolling Thunder for the dealers. So, it may be simply as, alt site, take site, or, use it in post plant. It's really easy to use it in both scenarios.
Spate felt like whenever they've had the right call, they've managed to squeak out the round, right? Whenever it's fighting A or retaking, something where they can all play together as a team. It just feels like they take this one time and time again. Here's the trap play, and it's beautiful. Ketsu with 1, Cobalt with 1, make that 2 for each, and now just 1 final player remaining. The shots are iffy, but eventually Dom will come out on top. 7 for the score on the half, and with just 1 more remaining, you'd have to expect Spate to feel strong about taking that one as well.
Watching the replay back, I'm still convinced to myself that Ketsu hit the headshot first. Ketsu did not get the last kill onto Tima, but I'm still convinced that the controlled spray from Ketsu landed on the head of Tima during that whole entire fight.
Valorant moment.
Absolutely.
I mean, we can complain about bugs or glitches or whatever, but I guess if you just shoot him in the face with the operator, you won't have to talk about no regs, anything like that. Paranoia, beautiful, and Dom will play off those trips time and time again. There's 2 more ultimates, and 1 will find the remaining player on site, just leaving it up to Taldak yet again. That neural theft has been sitting there since about round 3 or 4, and it will not be used, as you can only find 1 before the trade comes in, and Spate make this an 8-4 half.
Honestly, that's a great half from both teams. Obviously, the dealers are probably thinking, hey, we can do better. But at the same time, the dealers have to know, hey, we did pretty good on our first 3 rounds. What happened after that? And then you start thinking what you did successfully, and overall, the thing they did successfully was just played together instead of trying to isolate specific fights. They played together, swung together, didn't get killed, as a one-off. And this is going to be a massive fight down in A main.
Have to imagine the protocols are there, though. They were on the defensive side. What are they going to look like on the offensive? Ketsu with a pretty solid positioning, but Neb with the solid shots instead. 1 player remaining, and you can't pull out your knife out when the site isn't clear. Neb, though, just seems like was rewarded with a 3rd kill. Maybe they're just donating the ace on over. Either way, Squanto has just a shorty here. And in this scenario, not quite ideal, because now you have too much space to make up. Neb now with 4, and the final player noted, and now they know that Squanto has a shorty as well. They're going to hear the rotates. They're trying to give him the ace. They're just running on away, making sure that won't happen. Squanto dashing in on site, and is going to commit to the tree push. There's 1 shorty kill, slides on away, and Cobalt will have to finally take the ace. I'm sorry, my friend, but that's just going to be what it's going to be. Solid kill, but unfortunately Squanto will go lackluster there.
If I'm in Neb's position, right? I'm not too pressed that my teammate stole an ace. Absolutely. Would it have been, Twitter clip worthy? Absolutely. But at the same time, your whole idea isn't just getting those clips. It's, winning the round that eventually leads to winning the game, right? And I don't think taking an ace is going to ruin a team's mentality. I think it's going to probably make them laugh a bunch and be like, oh, haha.
I mean, as long as you can keep the vibes up, really, that's what makes some of these teams tick. Squanto with that shorty again. It seems like they have some sort of play going on at C. But it feels like Spate are just aware of it. Because if the Cypher normally plays C anyway, why would you want to run in their guns a-blazing anyway? You have to at least break the trips, which means you're going to have a slow sort of contact. The dealers, yeah, they look ready to swing off of a trip contact, but with classics, how much value are you really gonna find? There's guns a-blazing, however, and the Spectre, good to find 2 kills. Just like that, the fight is over. You blink and you miss it. Spate now with a 5v1 advantage and quite aware of where this last player could be.
Yeah, and Dom is, making way into the backside, so... And... yeah. So Dom evidently making the lurk all the way around to get the final kill. And, that brings us to 10-4. And that's what? 6 rounds in a row now for Spate Esports?
Yes, this should do.
I don't know what the timeout policy is in terms of this tournament, but I feel like regardless of if you could have used one, you still should have, at least, even if you don't have it available. It feels like you need that mental timeout if you're the dealers. You lost what is almost, a 10 round straight because you were up 3-0 and you've only snuck in 1 round ever since those first 3. I would honestly say the dealers need to go back to playing a little bit of aggressive earlier, like they are now, and then reset, spread out those defenses since you have the information. But no, they're just going to run in as a death ball, and honestly, it might be the right call, but Nab has found at least 1.5. The trip to scan at least an extra number, but fight's actually not going well towards beat for Spate. This is not what you'd like to see, especially now the triple flank coming in.
They have to clear J-Surg, and they made J-Surg picking off Tima happened to picking off J-Surg, so that just leaves us now in a 2v3. And it's a really good position for Spate right now, is they really only have to be worried about looking at the front and looking at the back. And their stall potential is pretty good.
All potential pretty good, but you can't swing out. Somehow, though, you are rewarded with 2 kills, and you're gonna need to find 1 more. The wingman goes through, and Katsu has found 3. What was that? Spate up 11-4.
Yeah, absolutely. I would want a replay on this. Ketsu picking off Squanto and then immediately getting Robo and then falling back to somehow re-peek out and get happened and, secure that 7th in a row for Spate. And, that brings us to 11-4. And, like you said with the timeout policy, I would have taken one already. I would have taken one probably before the half.
This feels really unfortunate if you're the dealers. You had so much potential, and where did it go? Was it Spate just waking up, finally shooting back? Or did something start going wrong? Something start to change after those first 3 rounds? And well, I think you're going to have at least the second answer being correct right now, is Spate will just walk on to A. No util, nothing crazy. Sure, maybe a little flash here or there, a satchel. But that's the A site for free. And against an eco buy, the retake is not going to go very well, considering what are you going to do? Spray down 5 people with sheriffs? It's not going to go super well for you. J-Surg, though, maybe donating a gun over, but no, forcing out the showstopper, which is pretty good for the dealers, as this is their eco, but how much more value are you really going to find? Ketsu gets wide swung by the sheriff, and Tima claiming 1, making this one slightly more doable. The dash comes on in, and wow, that movement is beautiful. Squanto making this one ever so much more doable. But spam should be there. The rifle's advantage should be there. There's 1 kill. Knows the player is off the bomb. Cobalt is going to use the ult, and the detained will come through. The knife kill, maybe? Yes, indeed, but you are going to lose all of your guns.
And, I don't really think that is what they're worried about. We're seeing last round, I think. Yeah, we're seeing last round. And yeah, bring us back into this one. And very smart from Cobalt to stop the spray to regain the control and pick off Taldeck. But at the same time, dealers unfortunately not able to do anything. And that brings us to, Match point. Map point. 4. Spade Esports.
Already the contact very aggressive towards A. You can't lose this round if you're the dealers, otherwise you're going home, and it doesn't look great for you. It's just a 4v1, and the one and only map that these two teams will play against each other today seems to end with Spate being the victor. Not quite yet, as Taldak still exists, but here's the triple swing, and Taldak is good for 3! Call it a curse, call it heroicism, whatever it is. There's just a 1v1 left. Dom's positioning noted. Now, you make this one doable. You bring your team back in this. Jiggle. Just creeping around towards site. So many gambles being made right now. The tap and the smoke coming through is actually going to make this possible for Talduck to stick. Does not, though. The smoke, the extra tap, but Dom will secure it out. Talduck, you gave us hope, but unfortunately none remaining for you. And the dealers, Spate, take this one, 13-4.
That was a lot closer than I think Spate really wanted it to be, right? We have to agree on that. But you have to give props to Taldeck for that spray. Like, not only being able to pick off the first 2 people who swing, but then regain control of your spray to get the 3rd person. And that right there is, you know, the key idea to good Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, good Valorant all around, whether it was one team, you know, maybe running away with the scoreline or not. Still, both these teams put up a solid fight. They made it here to this round for a reason. Unfortunately, one just that little bit much stronger. Spate Esports, they're going to be moving on to the semifinals, which will also be a best of 1, just like the one you saw now. But unfortunately, before that happens, we are going to take a quick break, let the results sift on in. If you are curious about the bracket, make sure to type !bracket in the chat so you can follow along as well. And, you know, while you're waiting, make sure to check out the socials as well. Follow the Twitter, the X, and things like that. Make sure you're dropping the follow on this Twitch if you haven't already. But without further ado, we will see you guys right after this quick break.
Race the line, you can take your time. right here standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our hearts implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've got ourselves another series for you. That's right, it's the Spate Skirmish, and we are moving on to the semifinals. My name is Arcast here with Zirek, and, well, we've got two pretty good teams where we've got Thugging Thugs and Army of Five. Should be a solid matchup.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think any matchup within this bracket's going to be a good matchup. But at the same time, if we look at the bracket, Army of Five is coming off of, I believe it was a 13-3 win against, against Event Horizon Red. So, they're going to look to take that momentum into this map. And, I love it. You love it. We all know it. It's Lotus again.
Hey, I mean, if these teams trust that for some reason they find this map to be the best that they can play, then go for it. Whatever floats your boat, whatever you guys feel strong with. But, I mean, are you seeing what I'm seeing over on that Army of Five side? It is the ISO hover, and I don't know how to feel.
I mean, they could just be debating us. A lot of people like to do that to the poor old casters. But at the same time, we see, the old strat of Viper being picked off. And it is, Viper's always had benefits on this map, being able to isolate the map into different sections is always going to be great when trying to push into the open areas, right? When you're trying to fight for the extremities, you're really looking to take some space and then regroup and take it all, rather than, just sending it, right?
I'm worried for this game right now because I see one side with a Gecko, the other with a Fade, and honestly, I love running Gecko on this map. I think Gecko's a great pick. However, there's only so much information that you can have, and sometimes we see teams run that Gecko Breach comp, which again doesn't really have as much recon potential, but still, that one is kind of an FYI saying, hey, we're going to be running it down pretty much all the time. We're going to be aggressive for our info, checking with our faces as opposed to util. And I mean, I guess ISO has that same capability, but really, you're not going to have as much support because you have a Raze as opposed to a Breach.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really does shock me that Thug and Thugs, picked Gecko solo, like you said. But at the same time, there's many different ways that you can gather information. They're probably going to be using the Raze Boom bot to clear a bunch of the corners that they really can't, right?
Yeah, I mean, as we get all these final things sorted out and as the teams get on ready, you're going to have to just kind of go into this map with your best foot forward, because we saw how it came out in the previous series, right? Spate, they went down 0-3, and honestly, I hate to say it, but it could have been a 13-0 if they hadn't lost those first three. It felt like they woke up and then they started winning. So make sure you don't let the opposing team get a solid chance to get themselves in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. We get off with a bit of early info. Throwing that Gecko Dizzy there specifically, not only will detect anybody who's trying to play aggro towards C-Mound, but it bounces in a way where you can easily get it back, right? And not just leave it there so that way you never get it back again, and your team now basically has 0 blinds.
This is interesting to me here. Tulo has opted for, I believe, no util. That turret was, I think, towards B side somewhere, and no alarm bot, no mollies. So the strat is to kind of anchor down C and play for that fight while not having any space towards A. This should be interesting because now, sure, that is a weird way to spell David, is in a peculiar spot here. Doesn't have a straight shot on everybody, but does have at least some tags to provide for. Smarty has to land the shots and can't do it. David one time lands the shots now, and although Hollywood is tickling on back, getting tickled, excuse me, as they fall on back, it will be 38 Antmo with plenty of kills here, setting their team up for success. And this smoke, it's risky, and it will find a stun through. The spam does not connect, but it is enough to have Hollywood down to just 1 HP. And the 3v1 goes as expected. Antmo with a solid round. And Thugging Thugs, they have the advantage.
Yeah, and it actually does. It makes me wonder if Army of 5 is going to try and look to get the operator online early with one of their agents, but at the same time, as good as the operator is, its potential relies on you having good aim. And if your aim is feeling even the slightest bit off, all of a sudden, everything's ruined in that sense. And contact coming up here. Smarty shooting through the Viper wall, not getting any tags. You know, deciding to rotate back, probably a smart call. Regroup with the team.
And I actually love this call from Army of Five, right? You showed some initial presence by grabbing the orb, but you didn't give up how many players were back there. Now, you should be aware that there's multiple people there, and thugs will at least think that they've at least claimed enough, as 2 will fall, the rest will rotate, and now this Killjoy will have to fight an army themselves, and they will not be able to. A 5v2, as to be expected with the gun disadvantage. But now Dadvid on just 1 HP, and you know the teammate not really able to help out in any way, shape, or form. It's just going to be a rough situation. Dadvid, the right click, sir, not going to work from there, unfortunately, and Zamas will just get hashtag ISO'd, if you will. That's going to be a 2-0 on the board. Thugging Thugs looking strong.
You know, right there, you get to see the, you know, the usefulness of ISO. But at the same time, when you're facing a gun that really only shoots 1, and you can't spray with it, then you're really not going to, be in a good spot against an ISO. But when you're using a Phantom or a Vandal, where you have the potential to spray, all you have to do is just keep holding down, and eventually, hopefully, at least, you will be able to get a pick. At Random Schmuck, already opting to use the double tap and just grouping out in C Mound. This may be a very explosive hit with the Gecko Thrash. So Lux not getting spotted with the Thrash.
Wow, too low at least. Getting one before going down, but the trade's there. Remember, bonus conversions are always lovely to find, but they are so tough. 3 bullets in the chamber for Soup. And I thought I recognized a few of these players' names, and I was right. This is the core from, I believe, True Synergy Gaming. They have done a pretty solid job in other tournaments like the Nexus Rival Series. And honestly, they're looking to continue that dominance, as they are actually undefeated in those previous leagues mentioned. Now they're trying to go undefeated here, take it all the way to the grand finals, take home that lion's share of the prize pool. Now, got the retake coming on in. It's a tough one, as Soup has at least, well, a solid positioning, but the double swing turns into a lineup. Hollywood makes a beautiful movie and gives themselves 1 round. Army of 5 getting into this.
Yeah, and they're sitting there dancing while they defuse because they know they don't have to worry about another player. And, this is very smart from Yeet, knowing that they're probably going to push up and getting those picks. But unfortunately, stacking with your teammate does have its downsides. And it looks like Army of 5 is going to be looking to make some sort of play towards the orb on C, potentially for their raise to get the showstopper online. But at the same time, there are ults that are getting close for the side of Thuggin' Thugs.
It seems like one of these times you're going to have one of the teams overextend just a little bit too much. And that's going to be where you, unfortunately, give away your numbers advantage. Antmo, at least with enough time to get on out, but Random Schmuck is not, however, will go down early. And Hollywood with a crispy shot, and now alert that there is one more indeed towards that B main area. Too many places to look, and unfortunately, Nata cannot find the right place. Antmo, although claiming 1 victim, still has to find 3 more. Full util available and the bomb in hand, but unfortunately, not the numbers advantage, nor the time in the favor.
Nor the health advantage, sitting at 52 HP, 0 shields. But looks like Army of 5 is going back to reclear C, which could leave ammo to still plant the bomb and, get that money. But KJ Turret is going to spot them out, so they're going to move all the way back.
30 seconds.
And yeah, the plant is going to be going down for Thug and Thugs. And obviously, 52 HP, there really isn't much you can do for a retake, or to stop a retake scenario, especially going against a Viper. But the Molly, the Mosh Pit, might actually be beneficial here.
Problem is there is a showstopper if need be, and if they feel threatened enough, you might see it be invested here. But that's both players off the bomb. Mosh Pit used and is enough to get the player off the tap. There you go. There's the threatening moment. And Dadvid will use that showstopper, make sure this round is over. Little bit costly, but still a swing round nonetheless. An Army of 5 will take it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's some of the cost benefit analysis, right? Is the benefit going to cost less than losing that ultimate? And absolutely. Look at the damage that it did to the economy, you know, not being able to fully buy up. Oh, actually, you know, prove me wrong right there. Being able to buy up, you know, light shields, but at the same time, the entirety of Army of 5, except for one player, being on full shields with a rifle in hand.
Yeah, this one's set to be a scrappy fight, and honestly, Army of 5, you gotta put some respect on their name. They're landing the shots, and Dadvid has taken a very aggressive positioning, but far enough to get on out Random Schmuck with the double tap, or at least the kill contract available. Should be able to clear out sight if they do so wish. But Dadvid just on low HP, they're gonna opt not to do that. Instead, try and hunt that player down, make sure they can, you know, take down the low HP player, and then use the kill contract somewhere else more efficiently. Spotted the gun barrel for sure. Definitely saw it, but Dadvid not aware. Now it's only a moment before the kill will come out, and it is a 1-for-1 trade that has to be good for Army of 5. They lose the pistol, they lose the eco round, but now 2 straight gun rounds looking to make it a third with just a 1v2 holding them back from 3 straight rounds. Yeetnatic has to go for some sort of swing and is spotted out. Now positioning known, they're not in tree, but here comes the swing out on the right side. The other player not quite looking in the right direction. Now 6 bullets, and it's crazy good. A clutch for Yeetnatic, and Thugging Thugs will steal this one away.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I can't lie. That is a really, really good shot from Hollywood. But at the same time, this is a very, very smart play from Yeetnatic. Being able to, you know, isolate those 1v1s instead of, you know, trying to take the most unfavorable... my fault. Cat's got my tongue, apparently. But the most unfavorable 2v1.
Yeah, kind of both teams doing what they could there in terms of one team having a little bit of a mistake not playing together fully versus the other doing a great job of isolating the 1v1s. That's just the value you expect to see, and already getting tagged off just a decent amount is that Defender Viper, but the rotates coming on through. You might see a B pivot, but the kill contract, it's available, and bye-bye Viper. That's all I have to say. You have a Sheriff, and you will not be winning that duel. Random Schmuck takes this one out very cleanly. The Killjoy lockdown, but that's 2 big ultimates invested on an eco round for Army of 5, and sure, some damage might be done, but those are some pretty big win conditions to lose in such a, well, maybe not a big of a swing round. Antmo, the solid positioning here, and should be set up for success, but Zamas claims 1. Eventually, though, the kills do go the way of Thugging Thugs.
Honestly, I'd have to put Army of 5 winning the battle, like, of economy, at least. Because losing 2 very good win conditions, specifically being the KJ lockdown, puts your team at a drastic disadvantage when you want to push a site. Because now you have to try and clear everything with a Raised Showstopper and a Gecko Thrash.
I mean, to be fair, they are at least cycling their ultimates, so it's not like they left themselves with nothing. So honestly, I don't mind that play. It costs them a few ultimates, whatever they're going to do to commit the round to the board, make sure it goes in their favor. And here you go, there's the other 2 ultimates used. Will they find any value? Well, there's at least 1 from the Showstopper, but nothing from the Gecko Detain. It seems like when it's all said and done, it is an even score line. Soup goes down, but Antmo getting body blocked towards that main area. And now the Thrash deep inside enemy territory. You're going to have to make some sort of a gamble. The Nightfall used, and that one might be a little bit uncomfortable for David, as they will go down, and this one gets all evened up. The barrel not spotted, but at least heard. And Hollywood will have some decent positioning, but it will be a 2v2 retake relatively cleanly. Get yourselves set up because you have some brain games to play.
You know, unfortunately, though, this is the situation when they probably wish they hadn't used they hadn't used the KJ ult, right? Because now you're sitting in a situation where they can, you know, attempt to at least defuse. But, oh, Hollywood picking up Yeet and Attic, and now Antmo sitting in a 1v2, staring down, hoping to spray the bomb.
Ooh!
Antmo picking up Hollywood. Ramos gets sprayed. Gets the kill on Ammo. Is there enough time?
He's got it.
There is. And the defenders win that one with almost 2 seconds left in the round. That was, you know, closer than I think they wanted it to be, right?
Well, 2 seconds, but also 1 HP separating them from a round
That
loss.
is true.
One more bullet in the chamber, that's a GG on the round.
You know, and now we're looking at Haz sitting with the Viper's Pit. So I'm assuming that's going to be used on C-Site. And with a judge. Oh lord, that is right there. That is a recipe for disaster. But hope it works out in their favor.
I mean, I will say the one saving grace is you do have at least that Omen ult. So if you really wanted to, you could try and pinpoint the position of that Viper by just going in and trying to tank that ult, trying to see whatever you can. Random Schmuck, though, a little bit too much DK damage, and all that spam will just go to nothing. Fighting through the door, though, is Hollywood. Not the brightest of decisions, as there's a whole squad waiting on the other side for you. Dadvid, at least with the trade, but you have to think that this is going to be Rob Samas in a nice off angle and gets past that Killjoy turret. Will be good for 1 kill, but the question is, can you get on out? The double hold is there, and Zamas and Dadvid are absolutely lining them up. It's a firing squad, and Army of 5 tie this one up.
You know, absolutely. With the kind of distance in there, that absolutely is a firing squad. And, you know, very smart from Dadvid and Zamas to not only wait for each other to swing, but know that you have to swing together the second there's any type of contact. And unfortunately, you know, didn't work out for Thug and Thugs, but fortunately did work out for Army of 5.
Army of 5 with, you know, a few solid rounds. They have those big ultimates like we mentioned before, and the ones that could change the tides of a round. Random Schmuck, we haven't quite seen get too much value out of the ISO, and that's not to say they're not doing enough. I just mean in terms of ISO specific tech, we really haven't seen too much to the point where you might think, oh, let's get maybe a jet in here or a breach in here. Something to think about, but either way, Dadvid with some pretty good spam and lands a kill as well. You hate to see it. That's the bomb sitting outside and will be able to get reclaimed, but now just that much more difficult. Soup at least finding one of their own. But now the 4v4, Army of 5 still with pretty solid space. Does get flashed off the angle, but swings right into 3 more, and the Phantom should have been good for more, but ooh, what a flick from too low. That one just right, not too low indeed. And actually chasing down the Killjoy. So those players are actually noted. Because that site is cleared out with that Fade Eye, they're going to know that there is some sort of extension. They just don't know where, whether it's B Heaven or towards C. They're going to start walking towards C. They have a solid shot here. But that alarm bot, well, that's going to spot them out, and that should give up any sort of surprises.
You know, this is something of time right now. Is there enough time? Obviously, there is enough time to get the plant, but how fast, you know, can they retake? And that KJ ultimate going down, but unfortunately, it really didn't get much use as Hollywood picks off Schmuck and Dadvid picks off, what is it? I think it was Soup, the Omen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that does it. That gives us 5-4, and Army of 5 taking the lead. this is looking really solid from them. You know, not only economy-wise, but really just, you know, how good their retakes are. They're playing super smart. They're not overextending in their rotates. They're just playing very patient.
Yeah, it seems like Army of Five, every single time they just group up together as a team, they win the trades non-stop. The Thugging Thugs, they love that sort of puggy style where it's everyone can take their ones, rely on your solid aim to win you these fights. And, well, it hasn't been working right now. Smarty already with an aggro peak. And will at least find one with a kill contract. Will there be a victory there? We'll have to wait and see. And the answer is yes. But the tracking not quite there for too low. That's going to be Smarty at least staying alive with a bit of HP. A 5v3 now the case. Dadvid most likely not going to invest this showstopper, especially now with the Thrash spotting out the positioning of Hollywood. That one's not going to detonate, but it doesn't matter. Random Schmuck will swing off of it. And honestly, I don't quite like the Thrash usage there. Although Random Schmuck has just been crazy with it. Dadvid still 150 HP, but 5 enemies remaining to take gun down, as well as a defuse. Good luck with that. I will see you in the next round.
No, and I think Dadvid is probably just going to save, or at least try and get these two players that are pushing them. And unfortunately, you know, Random Schmuck picking off Dadvid, but, you know, Random Schmuck also picking up the 4K. That is, you know, that's pretty good. Like, there's so much going on between these teams, you know, that we don't see, right? We don't see how they're communicating. We don't see, you know, the protocols that they're talking about and what they're doing between these rounds. But, you know, what we do see is that they're playing smart. They're playing together. And overall, they're basically going back and forth in rounds.
Yeah, there's a little streak here or there. But it does not seem like one team is running away with it like we saw last time. I always get nervous when geckos do that dizzy flash because it always gets stuck in random angles where you just want that util back and you can't get it back. You can't get the refresh, and it's always unfortunate. The util to clear mound will give them at least some more presence, drag over some rotates, and really that's all that's needed. Because Thugging Thugs haven't really gone for too many fakes, this is actually a great play. Zamas at least will land the 140 tag onto one of the A players. But that ISO shield up should give a big enough cue that, hey, we are committing to this site, whether you like it or not. It's just about now sending in that ISO by themselves to tank every and all pieces of damage, because it's ISO. You can last that long with a shield. You can make that trade go in your favor. And it seems like they haven't decided to take site just quite yet. They're waiting for the flash. They're waiting for players to reposition. And that stall was actually enough to buy a little bit more time because it made them second-guess themselves, Army of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, it also allows the entirety of Army of 5 to play together and regroup. So we don't really know fully what Army of 5 is going to do. Dadvid picking up ammo. Suit trading for Dadvid. Too low. Getting both Smarty and Schmuck. Haas. Suit being left.
One enemy remaining.
Haas getting picked off. Yenatic sitting there. Waiting. Picks off. Too low. And now a 1 versus 1. Yenatic versus Zamas. Zamas taps the spike. And Zamas picks off Yenatic. And unfortunately isn't able to get the defuse in time, so uses the Omen ult to get away. And that gives Thuggin Thug the their sixth round to Army of 5's. 5, funny enough. Army of 5 on 5.
Maybe that's their magic number, both for good luck, but it could also be bad. You know, maybe 5 is all they get, just based off of this half. I mean, Thugging Thugs, right, you expect a little bit more from them because this is the attack side, but honestly, not the worst result. Still well played to both teams. It feels like there hasn't been any massive blunders. It's just been about those bullets at the end of the day. It's an FPS game. Shoot them in the face and you're gonna win. Zamas has had some pretty solid positioning, but just going the extra mile seems to be the toughest. Getting that 2-for-1 trade as opposed to just a 1v1, and Zamas caught out in the open. I mentioned there hasn't been any big blunders, and that might have been the first one of possibly a few more.
The, you know, KJ ultimate going down, hopefully to secure the entirety of B site. And, you know, assuming that the Wingman is going to plant the bomb for Thunder Thugs, which is going to leave them sitting in a retake. Hollywood picking off Soup, Schmuck picking off Haz. You know, 1 for 1 is quite simple. Both players are going to get spot out. David throwing the nade. Smarty doesn't know. David picking off both Smarty, Eatnatic. Tulo picking off Schmuck. Ammo undetected, sitting up top. Is able to pick off Tulo. And doesn't get, you know, ammo. Unfortunately, not able to get Hollywood, and Hollywood going to stick the defuse for a very even half. You know, that is going to, you know, we're going to switch up the halves. We're going to see how it goes.
Well, the classic loading screen tip of swapping to your secondary is usually faster than reloading your primary. That would have been the one time where it would have made sense, because the shorty would have done a lot of damage to somebody that's trying to barrel stuff you. Just saying, but, you know, there's a reason these guys are playing and we are just yapping. They know what they're doing, so you have to expect them to bring it on back. An evened up half, and honestly, pretty solid, right, from both teams. You saw both Omens make mistakes that round, but other than that, it was just a gunfights yet again. Smarty got caught out in a rough positioning. The Nightfall just barely tagging onto them, and that was really the deciding factor.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Smarty not being able to know that, you know, that they're getting naded is really the deciding factor, because they just sit there and tank all of this damage, and unfortunately, they're not able to get out. Lots of early aggression up towards A. Omen Blind going off, I think only catching, you know, the ISO. Smarty getting a wonderful pick onto David, getting instantly traded out. Tulo getting both Smarty and Random Schmuck, and, you know, Antmo retreating back with 22 HP, but also throws away Wingman.
I mean, I get it, right? You're in a 3v1 where you're trying to stall them as much as possible. But also, at that point where it is a 4v3, you're down to just 1 HP. Let's say they swing you anyway, how much is a Wingman really gonna do? Especially now that your positioning has been spotted yet again. And the site, once again, should be granted towards this Army of 5 side. You have that Killjoy holding that B space, but now Antmo spotted. You have to assume there's going to be some sort of molly or something that's invested towards this drop area. They're certainly holding it. It's just about, can the other opponents, or excuse me, the teammates, kind of rotate on in, and, well, they're actually going to peek the same angle. The spam is at least a little bit decent, and Antmo will live and find themselves a kill. Actually pretty massive, as the smoke coming on through towards that. Oh boy, a tree area is going to be good, and it does find a 1v1 at the end of the day. The tap onto the bomb has to come through, but running into the side is Soup. It's going to be Hollywood to take the map, or excuse me, the round for Army of 5.
You know, honestly, that is a really nice pick from Smarty on David. But, you know, Hollywood just gave Soup a little smooch on the side, and, you know, a little smooch on the cheek. And, you know, unfortunately ended up following with getting barrel stuffed by a ghost. You know, not anyone's ideal day. I mean, not for me, at least.
Well, I mean, I guess I would rather have myself face-to-face with a ghost as opposed to a shotgun. So, I guess I'll take that deal.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
Hey, sometimes circumstances matter.
True. You know, not a lot of aggression coming out. You know, Yeet Addict sitting down in B main behind a box. But, you know, Army of 5 is going to be pushing up towards the A side a little more. I wonder if they're going to get the orb this time. You know, getting spotted out by Random Schmuck and opening tree door. Do they know Smarty's there? Smarty picks off Tulo, and David picks off Smarty. So that is an easy 1-for-1 trade.
And Random Schmuck committing the double tap and not fighting on site is really, really big. That is the whole point of why ISO is broken, and you kind of just wasted just like that. Not exactly ideal, and a jiggle on out. Must have been a mini-map moment or something of that sort. Hollywood, though, still ends up with the trade, but a 3v3 nonetheless. David Holding the angle, holding on the angle, and running away actually as the door opens is not going to be the best situation for you. Here comes the turret, the spam, and unfortunately the turret actually gets the player killed, but a 2v1, the tap on the bomb, the Guardian's not the best for spam, and wow, never mind, a 4K for Hollywood to clean up the round and give Army of 5 a 2-round lead.
You know, that turret, I mean, as well as it could have saved, you know, I think it was Soup's life, it also was probably the deciding factor of whether or not, you know, Soup was able to live to stick the defuse. But, you know, Army of 5 going up 8-6, you know, winning that pistol, winning that anti-eco, and, you know, taking the sheriffs they got from Thug and Thugs into this round, as well as buying one Vandal. This is going to be a very heavy hitting game. Well, a very heavy hitting round.
Looks like the re-clear is prepped towards this A main side. Question is Random Schmuck aware of this re-clear? Running away as the smoke fades could actually be their detriment. Antmo. I have to tuck here to avoid the Prowler, but the util is good. Antmo seems to be in an okay spot, though. Swings on out, finds one. And wow, the ISO finds value, but the Gecko is more. The Classic is good for 4. And now just 2 low left. The ace possible, but Soup will steal that one away. A solid bonus round, though, from this side of Thugging Thugs, and that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, I mean, unfortunately, you know, fortunately, they did do quite a bit of damage, but it doesn't do a lot to Antmo's economy when, you know, when you're sitting on getting a 4K, as well as winning the round. But it does allow the entirety of Army of 5 to buy up all of the rifles and, you know, hopefully light shields and heavy shields that they need.
On the attacking side, it seemed like Thugging Thugs did a great job of cycling their economy. Now, you just have to be able to cycle those ults properly. Right now, a 1-4-1 trade over towards this E site, and that will open it on up. Seems to be a solid retake plan, but an entry player for a site anchor. Honestly, both teams expected these losses, so you have to imagine there's some sort of protocol. Tripled up through CT here, pushing on in. One smoke, and ult for ult is actually going to be pretty good, but still, that is a lot of space that this Thrash has made, and Zamas will fall early. The bomb is on, the wingman on, and can't quite get it to half. That's going to be really, really costly, but too low. Finding one through the smoke. The smoke is still good, though. The ledge defused. We've seen it time and time again, but the diffuser killed. The half on the bomb, 50 HP. Make that 41, and it's going to be tough to close out, especially with that time running low. You're able to do that? Do you have enough time? The answer is yes. 1 second separating them from a defeat, but it is a tie game yet again.
Honestly, that is, you know, very smart from Thug and Thugs. Not only, you know, to use the ultimate, but, you know, having Soup on that ledge diffusing all of a sudden allows them to get it to half, but at the same time, the rest of, you know, Smarty, Random Schmuck not getting caught out by Hollywood's Nightfall, it allows them to hit from an angle where they don't know that they're coming from.
Smarty now. Not quite knowing what's in front of them, but oh boy, Dadvid is isolated in front of the whole team due to a paint shell. Smarty will get on out with their life, and although solid damage done, you want at least a kill here if you're Army of 5. 1 HP, the spam through the smoke, and the wall is almost enough. Trying to ping out the turret and break that, but could actually go down if shots are whiffed here. No. Oh, maybe. One day, though. One day we'll see a turret kill. We've seen a Mosh kill. What else can we see? Antmo anchoring this spot towards Rubble once again, and we know how that worked out last time. The answer, very, very well. But it seems like both of these teams have decided to, although spread out thin a little bit, still make their stand towards this A site.
You know, Schmuck utilizing that double tap might not be a good idea when the fact they have to retake this C site, because Yeet Attic is just going to give it up to them. No point in trying to fight a 1 versus 5, even though you have the gun advantage and potentially the shield advantage. You know, you'd rather not fight a 1 versus 5. Oh, and Zamas getting I think it was a nice wallbang headshot onto Yeet Attic, leaving them at 9 HP. And, you know, they're just going to flood retake all the way from CT. And this is going to be a massacre if they decide to fight this.
Oh!
Zamas gets 2 to Lu. Tulo gets Soup. And Antmo picks off Zamas. And Tulo getting ready. Picks off Antmo. And are they able to get Smarty? Yes, they are! That is a 3K. And the round for Army of 5. There was so much that just went on in CT. I was getting lost for a minute. So many people getting traded.
I mean,
absolutely.
There was a dizzy up in the air. There was a satcheling raise that was like, hello, peekaboo. Oh, I'm dead now. And that's how the round goes. I mean, a collat over towards the box. It was a pretty solid play to aggress towards CT, especially with 3 players being tethered. But I didn't think they had enough util. And instead, Thugging Thugs, they just end up falling. So the gun advantage proving irrelevant there. And Army of 5, they take yet another going into what is the 18th round here. You'd have to expect maybe some sort of pace change from Thugging Thugs. But no, they're going to opt just to give up the B site instead of the C site. And honestly, although that is a little bit of a better play, does open them up to some lurk timings.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and them jump spotting down A main allows them to, you know, see anything that comes by and allows them to throw the dizzy in a manner where it's pretty difficult to break it. But at the same time, it scans anyone who is trying to peek you down in main. Antmo, I don't think going to be getting caught by this Fade Eye. And could potentially have a timing, you know. I think Hollywood tried to insert into Rubble, and that drew a lot of the rotates from Thug and Thug over towards A site. And the entirety of Army of 5 is regrouped onto C.
The Marshall shot needs to connect, and unfortunately for Yeet Attic, it will not. Too low. Just taking that shot clean away from you. And that anchor that was towards C that was supposed to stall for a little bit longer does not find its value, not as intended. And this is honestly going to be very, very rough of a retake for Thugging Thugs, especially now as Hollywood has made a difference elsewhere towards that C mound area. The flood comes on in, but nobody's grouped up to make even a solid take. The kill contract available. But as that molly is popped, there goes the ISO shield, and that advantage gone on away. Smarty picks up one. Dadvid with one as well, but Pinstripes on the kill feed will leave Random Schmuck to falling on down. A 10-8 lead for Army of 5, and honestly, this seems fitting. They've had this control during this defensive half for Thugging Thugs. It makes sense why they've won four rounds this half.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. But yeah, one thing I would probably, you know, I'd really like to see, like, even though it is on this half, it is on, you know, the attack side, I'd like to see, you know, an outlaw. I love it. I love the gun. It is great on, you know, on buys where they cannot buy, you know, full shield, and they have to, you know, stick with light armor. You're able to get the pick. You're able to change the numbers advantage in your favor. And, you know, looks like Soup was getting ready to throw the Omen Paranoia, but fortunately, nobody deciding to swing, so gonna put that in the back pocket. Oh. Hollywood gets a great pick onto Antmo, and, you know, Schmuck is now sitting at about half HP. And, you know, unfortunately, that is the numbers advantage, right? We're looking at getting the quick pick and then figuring something out. And that is exactly what Army of 5 is doing, and that is what they're doing so well in these last few rounds.
Really, Thugging Thugs, just... this is your gun round, right? You don't want to give up that advantage, and yet they do. Dadvid coming on in with the Showstopper, shoots it into the smoke and does find one, spots another, but not able to land those shots. Showstopper in return is good. Smarty with 3. has a Nightfall to face, but a lot of util responding on back. A 2v2 now the play, but the kill contract should make this one a lot more doable for Thugging Thugs. Honestly, I would have expected a tap so the kill contract could come on through and you could bait that out, but instead looks like the team is just going to choose to play together. There is that kill contract finally invested, but a 1v1 left on site, and now the broken shield too low. Just has to land the shots, but crouching too low and the bullets too wide will make this one a lot more doable for Thugging Thugs. 2v1. And the positioning now known. Hollywood has to find a miracle, and Will not only finds an ISO shield in front of them, and this game back and forth will result in Thugging Thugs just within one.
Yeah, and you know, that's what I was saying at the half, right? This is really going back and forth. Oh, that's such a nice shot though, and then really great play from Smarty to get those initial 3 kills and then bring it back. I think Tulo's stuck. I think Tulo was stuck on the turret, but you know, luckily enough being able to get down. And you know, the ult economy, right? The Viper's Pit should come out during this post plant, but at the same time, will they risk it when they know that they have a KJ ult on the other end?
I mean, that's 3 players spotted out towards A. You'd have to assume that's going to result in a fast C rush, and it looks like that is the case. Thugging Thugs are aware of it. That's what they want. But I feel like, once again, this ISO shield popped a little bit too early. Sure, you're going to be running through spawn, but now there's no point in shift walking. You know there's going to be a flank if you're Army of 5. You just don't know how many. But you may as well book it on in, try and prevent this post plant from getting completely set up. And it's actually all 5 now opting to go for the flank, all 5 going to mound, and the map has been flipped. You have the 2 teams playing in opposite ways. Unfortunately, the Viper's Pit for one team, the lockdown for the other. It's not going to go great for either team. And this lockdown, it's going to find a lot of value, which is surprising considering nobody's pushed out yet. Tulo's detained, one more is detained. It's Zamas, and okay, was spotted in the corner, but the molly's on the bomb. The bomb planted for CT, and not enough time. The wingman's on, though! Wingman's on, though! And that's a 10-10 game. Random schmuck. Not just so random anymore, just the schmuck, as this one's all tied up.
You know, I hope I said it within the last game. Within the last game that we just watched, but, you know, Gecko, right? Post plant, great. You're able to stall, you're able to blind, and you're able to not only get the safe plant, but you're able to get the safe defuse. And I'd be shocked if that's not what Army of 5 is talking about right now, is, you know, how can we get rid of this Gecko? Because this Gecko is, I'd assume, being their downfall right now. Just constantly, you know, constantly getting the defuse, constantly being the one who got the plant safe the entire time on the other half.
I'd be curious to envision what a best of 3 would look like between these 2 teams. But unfortunately, it is just a best of 1. The loser goes home. The winner securing themselves at least a piece of that cash prize, as well as a spot in the grand finals. And, I mean, Army of 5, you've gone 2 up and then 2 down. 2 up, 2 down. That's been the case this whole game. Nobody has won more than 3 rounds at a time. But nobody has also won a single round. Yeah, so that just goes to show you that the economy swinging really does matter, right? And it's not so back and forth to the fact where it's up to the gunfights necessarily. You just see time and time again that those calls combined with the gunplay will be the result that we expect.
Yeah, absolutely, you know, but one thing that I always like to do is, you know, never count people who just buy a sheriff out, right? Because the people, you know, who buy a sheriff hopefully have some sort of, you know, hope that they can aim really well and that they can get that satisfying headshot. But at the same time, you know, you have to aim really well because it's, what, 3 shots to the body, I believe. And unfortunately, you know, this fight is going to, you know, easily push Army of 5 back, and Random Schmuck and Smarty sitting there waiting. Random Schmuck gets Has, and Random Schmuck also gets too low, but at the same time, I believe Soup got a 3K.
Yeah, that was over towards that baby door. I mean, you expect that round to go how it does because one team is on an eco. But still, right? Very, very clean. You're not giving any sort of guns to the opponent, not giving them those kill credit bonuses to where they can buy full shield now, right? There's still 3 players on that light shield, and ults in favor of Thugging Thugs. It seems like they're set up for match point, and honestly, even if they take this one, it seems like they're set up to take the series as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they don't really have a lot. And a lot of early aggression, coming in with the 4-stag. Antmo picking up some Moss. The double tap coming in from Schmuck. And, this already starting off is going to be pretty bad. Hollywood picks off Soup. Yeetnatic gets too low. And, numbers advantage still going in the favor of Thug and Thugs.
It just feels like there's one major issue, and it's once you pop that ISO shield, you need to push on forward. That's where you have the advantage. Use the kill contract, something of that sort. Go for the trades, because more often than not, you are going to win those fights. That's the whole point. It's not a 50-50 anymore. It's a 75-25. The spam could be good if there is any shots taken, but no. Just the players creeping on up, all the way up the stairs, and nobody is aware. Not a single person is thinking, surely they could be upstairs. Nobody has a single clue. And as this cutting noise starts to happen, you're going to have some panic starting to set in towards that C site. You might hear a rotate come through. Now Antmo is finally aware, but a little bit too late. As Dadvid, good for 2 kills, just leaving it into a 2v2. Make that a 2v1. As one final bullet finds Smarty. And Yeetnatic will just have to do the unthinkable, especially as that scan will let them know, hey, I'm over here. Hollywood has been good for those shots, and the crossfire setup should be a way to see success. No nano swarms available. You'd have to isolate these ones, and that is impossible unless you go up those ropes and clear drop. Or somehow manage to break this crossfire off of a jiggle, but it's not going to happen. Yeetnatic commits to the fight, and that's once again a tie game. This one, it can't seem to go any longer.
No, but, at the same time, me and you, well, I know I did at least. I had faith that Yeetnatic was able to do that because we've seen it before, right? We've seen them, clutch rounds. We've seen everybody here basically clutch a round of some sort or be the deciding factor of a round. So we all know that these players are capable, but at the same time, when you have players who are, smart and able to do that crossfire well, then you're not really, the odds of you actually completing, the clutch probably drops a significant amount.
Toxin screen down.
Thugging Thugs, it feels like if they can just get themselves that first kill and then push off the advantage, right? I don't want to see them use this kill contract for retake. I want to use it when there is some sort of push, because that way you can sniff out if it is a fake, right? Then you're not leaving gaps in your defenses. You don't have to play just basic gunplay. Right now, they're not opting to do so. Maybe that decision making is why they are ending up in this tie game when they could have already won it. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. That's all hindsight. Nobody finding a kill just yet, but Random Schmuck, that's just through the wall, by the way. And Soup finding one over towards that B site is going to set Thugging Thugs up for success. They're going to want to ult up this round because you have to secure OT. With how you've been playing, you can make it costly. Just take the round.
David getting a really good pick onto Antmo, and C-Site completely open, by the way, but I don't think Tulo knows that Yeetnatic is going to be sitting in here, but they see each other, and unfortunately not able to get the pick. Oh, Yeetnatic gets 2, and Has getting the trade back. 2v1, and the kill contract's gonna do it. That's going to stop him. Either way, I don't think there was enough time because all Soup had to do was go stand there and wait for the body to come back.
Absolutely.
That is very smart from Random Schmuck to take acknowledgement of that and actually use the kill contract in that sense.
Well, yeah, even if, let's say, they get out of the ult and the shots are whiffed on the body or they're just not fast enough, there's still no time left to even plant the bomb. So that ult just stalls it out completely. And a great job there, great heads-up awareness, but you have to feel like the whole entire team was just coming, ult, 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 go, 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 go! And that way, that's how you win it. You just gotta get one more round. And hopefully that Thrash is your key to victory if you're thugging thugs. Eatnatic. The Nano Swarms, they are good for some contact. The spam can't quite land, though, and, well, Smarty will at least finally get that kill. The Showstopper, 1-for-1 trade. But one powerful ult off the board. If you're thugging thugs, you can't push up if you're this Gecko. You need that ult, play, retake, whatever you do. And Random Schmuck at least finding the kill towards B, but there is a timing. And yep, shots were made. So both players aware of the flank. The retake comes through. You should see a win, but maybe it's not needed. 3v2, make that 3v1, 2v1 now. And the Thrash should be good to secure this round out. There's the initial tap. Both players will start to crunch in on the positioning. Here's now the stick of the bomb. But the Thrash will force them into one specific direction. The blind on out the Dizzy, full blinding the opponent. Too low, has to do a miracle. There's the first, spotted the arm, and the shots have to be good. That's it. That's an OT and a clutch for Too Low.
That is phenomenal. Right there, Too Low. Almost deciding to peek down towards B main, but opts to go ahead and look towards Link. That is absolutely phenomenal. David calling a timeout, trying to, bring the team back, discuss what they need to do, and discuss how they can do it well. And honestly, your best bet is to probably try and, farm an ult during this round. See which ults you have even a slight chance of getting. And to me, the one that's probably your best bet is either going to be that Fade Nightfall or the Raze, Showstopper.
I see where you're coming from, but also, I mean, thugging thugs, they should have had that round in the bag, right? A 2v1, you have a Thrash, you have a Dizzy, you double swing off of it, you should be set up for victory. And instead you throw it on away. And that's what we've been seeing time and time again from, honestly, both of these teams, right? Both teams solid macro plays, but the micro, something that they're not quite comfortable with. Both teams, it seems like some players just aren't valuing their lives enough. And some valuing their lives too much so that they don't push in, don't make enough space. Obviously now we can see it. We're the all-knowing, the omniscient. But you should have that information available to you on when the time is to push, when you shouldn't. And well, I feel like the team that manages that micro a little bit better will be the one to take this out on top.
Absolutely. I think the biggest fault that they had was, not swinging off of Antmo's Dizzy. They just decided to let Dizzy spot out Too Low, but didn't swing off of it. Neither player made any effort to swing, and that right there sealed the deal for Too Low to isolate the 1v1s.
The 1v1s, the team fights, everything is key, and right now the team fight over towards C is the one that's going the way of Army of 5. Dizzy invested, and Zamas is going to get hard clear, but it won't matter. The vulnerable is there, and a lot of damage onto Antmo as well. This one very much better from Army of 5 as they're in a great spot. The protocol was there. They had the call, and it was made once. Again, like we said, the macro, great. But this is where, the plays start to fade away. There's no set protocol for players trying to make some sort of gamble where one's walking up towards B. You don't know where the positioning is. There's random fakes. They're doing desperate measures. And just like that, a lurk smoke can provide some sort of problems. But that is a beautiful fade haunt. Going to spot out both players. And you're that Killjoy now. You're taking all of C. You should know you have all that stall. Wait, but they leave the B site open. Hold up, I thought Fade was still on the B site. That's my error, but it seems to also be the error of Army 5 because you just gave thugging thugs a chance to come back into this one.
Spike planted.
Yeah, absolutely. All Thug and Thugs have to do is stall out Antmo. Unfortunately, not being able to get anybody with the Thrash, but, his HP isn't really going to be looking good. Soup getting a few bits of damage. Has picking off Soup, Antmo getting the trade, and Tulo, you know, getting Antmo, and you know that gives us 13 to 12, and Army of 5 has made a, you know, a massive win, and hopefully they're hoping that it takes them into this round, and that they're able to secure this final round and put an end to this game.
You have to assume that one of these teams wants to bring it over the line. The winner, for your information as a viewer, will go on to play Spate Esports in the finals, in that grand finals. And honestly, right, you just need one more. Think about the round at hand. It's not about the past ones, not about the future, of what could be. Just secure this round at hand, new side swap yet again. Continue what replicated your success when you're on the side in terms of regulation, and make sure you have some sort of set play that can catch the opponent off guard.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, you know, Soup is sitting in an area to throw the blind, but, you know, I think hearing some footsteps towards B main and opting for the rest of Army of 5 to go up, you know, Schmuck is creeping up, and you know, they need to hit A site fast before these rotates can come in. If these rotates can come in, now it is strong side against strong side. And Antmo getting pushed back from the KJ Molly. And this is where it all unfolds. Has getting a pick onto Yeet Nade. And oh, Hollywood getting smarty. You know, Antmo still sitting up there, might get picked off. Antmo actually picks off Has, but gets caught out by the Nightfall, and I think they're going to boombot this. Absolutely great plays. And Tulo picks off Antmo. Dadvid picks off Soup. And it's Random Schmuck in a 1v3 with the double tap with 32 HP. And unfortunately, Hollywood picks... Well, fortunately, Hollywood picks off Random Schmuck. And that ends it 14 to 12 for Army of 5. And that was some phenomenal valor.
Yeah, that was a great back and forth game. Now Army of 5, they're going to move on and play Spate Esports in the grand finals. Both teams have secured a piece of that money, but it's about who takes more home, who takes the bragging rights. And, you know, we watched Lotus the game before this one, and we said, wow, that went quick. We'll give you some more. Make sure you have an even out time on Lotus. And who knows, you might see it after the break. So if you are still interested, which you should be, by the way, for who's going to take this one home, make sure to stick around for the grand finals of the Spate Skirmish. $200, it's number one. Plenty more to see, but we'll catch you right after this break.
Right here, standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our heart implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode. Waste the line, you can take your time. Right here, standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our hearts implodes. Your love explodes.
Hello everyone, welcome on back to the Spate Esports channel, and I promise you, it's not rigged, but for the first ever Spate Skirmish, we have Spate Esports in the grand finals, but facing them is going to be Army of 5, so should be a good one as it is a best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've seen both teams play, and we know their capabilities, but, honestly, enough yapping from us. Let's tell you what maps we have, right? You know, and hear me out, everybody. I'm convinced we're in a time loop because you'll never guess the first map, and we're gonna go back. It's Lotus, everybody. We love it, but at the same time, we've seen a lot of it today. The other two maps are Sunset, and the tiebreaker, if it does come down to it, is going to be Haven. So we see both 3-site maps getting picked. Well, one getting picked and one getting chosen, unfortunately. So let's hop into Asian Select here, and we already know what Spate's gonna run. We do already know what Army of 5 is gonna run, but you think any of the executes and potential protocols are gonna be changed just because these teams, not only are going against each other, but can do some counter-stratting?
Well, as much as you say they can do some counter-stratting, they were also playing, although not on stream, they were still playing at the same time as the streamed game. So there's only so much counter-stratting you can do from watching their last 2 rounds of a game. I mean, sure, you can see maybe what their comp is, but that's going to be about it. And for Spate, I think they are going to have the upper hand when it comes to this one, just because their protocols and their plays are a little bit more set, a little bit more clear. But I guess that's not to say that Army of 5 can't break them on down. If you do something that is not expected, how can you possibly run a set play against something that you just don't know what to expect for.
I don't think I'm going crazy. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Is that a neon switch?
And a sky?
Yeah.
Well, maybe they weren't happy with how the first game went for them. I mean, it did go all the way down to the wire into OT, 14-12, the final score if you missed it. But honestly, I mean, sure. If you got to change those things up on the fly, so be it. The only question is, will it pay off for you, or will it be an absolute tumble fest into oblivion, into the abyss, if you don't mind me saying.
Gotta give you the little comedic sound effect, but yeah, Neon has a lot of explosivity that you might not be able to see from a simple raise. Having 2 slides, moving 30% faster, it's evidently you're just going to be able to push faster and flood harder.
Yeah, for Spate, I think just playing your game is going to be the most important. And we honestly did see them lose the first 3 rounds when they played on this map the first time. So I think getting off to a strong start, certainly going to set them up very well in the beginning of this grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And, one thing I'm not really sure about is the Sky pick coming from Army of 5, right? You're not having that, constant refillable flashes anymore that you get with a potential Gecko. Like, that you get with Gecko simply as it is. And, running Sky as your solo initiator and doubling up on the controller, it's going to be very rough for them to... I was gonna say take sight, but it seems that they're doing that with ease, right? Dom gets a pick onto Hollywood. Ketsu picks off Zamaz, and they're pushing into CT, and it looks like they're gonna try and hold from CT, but they might not be expecting Cobalt pushed up.
Yeah, Cobalt is pushed up and, well, is going to catch. That's a poor Neon just caught off guard. And with that, it brings it to a 4v1, which we all know the result. There's no Vandals in the picture. Only Classics will not be enough. And Spate, with a solid play, what is it? We're going to give them C. We know that they're going to go for that space, take that execute. Gone. What do we do as our adaptation? Fight for door. As they're starting to make their moves on site, let's swing that door, try and at least get a few more trades so they don't have all of that utility to hold down on site. And that's why you're going to end up victorious in that pistol round.
Yeah, completely. And, the doors are such a massive change in map pool, right? Because you've never seen it on any other map. There has not been a map where you have those rotating doors. Yes, there's maps where you TP, but at the same time, those send you from one side of the map to another, not just from being able to see one side of a wall to the other, really. So it gives a whole new aspect of how you have to play this game.
Ironically, the same play is being made here. I believe Cypher's is popping the cam up every so often, but they're trying to timing the cam, and, well, they do for a few brief moments, but the same play seems to be the case. Oh, Gecko caught with the utility out, and finally the trade there, but too low, at least doing the initial damage. Has picking up a nice shot, but will fall down, and honestly, a 2v3, a pretty solid situation for Army of 5. Spate, you don't want to get ecoed here. You have the util, you have the guns, but unfortunately the paranoia was not forced out on the site. Execute will be here, and the sheriffs, they're deadly, but so is the bulldog, and the classic seems to be the one that is victorious when it's all said and done. Hollywood saving their team from a deficit, and now you've got yourself what is a weird start of the game.
Yeah, and some really great shots from Tulo and Haz to start off what was evidently a massive snowball into them winning the round. They got the first pick, they got the second, and then Haz cleans up the remaining flanker, and all of a sudden, it's now 2 versus 3. There's 3 on site, and it's a lot closer than you think it should be.
Ketsu once again pushing up towards this A site, and the A pressure has been the play for Spate time and time again, still holding down C with nothing but a cam. But this time it actually makes sense, right? You have no gun, so you can afford to stack maybe 1 or 2 different sites and hope that the players won't just walk on into the one you are not defending. Dom getting ready to swing this with the Sheriff, but it's on the call of the IGL as to when that will happen. The call is now. And oh boy, the jiggle is great from too low, and way too many players peeking, but still no kills found for the side of Spate. Finally, one will fall, but the damage done. 2 picks down, the site gained for Army of 5 as well, and they are not expecting Dadvid to be up and through this smoke. The aggressive positioning pays off once again. And, well, Hollywood and Dadvid having a little bit of a team meeting over towards that mound area, but J-Surg at least picking up 1 rifle off the ground. Doesn't find the value, it's Cobalt, but still putting themselves in at least a decent situation. Remember, damage is key here. But doubling up, taking it slow towards the CT side will not give you enough time to win the round, especially with the smoke in your face. The spam should come on through, as well as the paranoia, the relay bolt, everything's there, and the shots as well. It's going to be Army of 5 going out on top for the moment. Spate still searching to find their rhythm.
Yeah, and you know, this might be a good chance for them to start trying to bring it back, right? Because not only are we going to see them getting a full buy, well, a pretty good full buy versus full buy, but at the same time, you know, they're probably talking to each other saying, "Hey, guys, let's, you know, why did we stop from our pistol, right? Let's keep what we did in our pistol and let's keep it going." The second they stop, all of a sudden, Army of 5 is going to start capitalizing more and more and more off of any of those mishaps. Cobalt picks off Haz. What a great shot. Fortunately, just out of view for the cameras. And, you know, there is some talk about them having players towards B main. I believe it was the Omen that had pinged it. And this is very smart because they're now fully aware. Cobalt unable to get anybody, but gets a lot of damage onto Zamas. And they're rotating. The
This
rotates went...
Really weird play, just because of the fact that, well, Spate have kind of done the same thing 3 times in a row. Finally, they send 1 player over to reinforce C, but Neb pushed all the way up towards this A site, should at least gain some sort of space. Not gonna out the TP out just quite yet. Throws the paranoia first, and Dadvid, although blinded, will get healed back on up. And the shots, they've got to be clean from J-Surg, but they are not. Neb will at least help you out, and oh boy, the B fight does not go well for you either. This one, it seems alright, but it could have been certainly that much better for Spate. And they will have to address this Thrash. Dom is in a perfect spot to make sure that this round does not get too far away from themselves, and Spate will bring it right back on in and make it a tie game.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, pretty good play from both teams, Army of 5, but unfortunately, you know, Spate is able to get the numbers advantage, which allowed them to leave Dom sitting in tree, which I'd assume that Hollywood was absolutely not expecting, you know, expecting them to be there.
And oh boy, if anybody remembers what this trap play looked like last time on the C site, it was very, very deadly. The question is, can they pick the right timing for it? I would assume they're waiting for the orb tap or for Ketsu's contact. But they haven't quite found it yet. Here comes the swing. They pick the right timing, and they do find 1 kill. That's going to be J-Surg claiming their first victim of what seems like what's been a hot minute. But still, the damage done, the positioning gained. Just don't over-force this positioning. No need to give away your numbers. You're playing Cypher on A with the retake util. Just play your game, and it's been seeming to work out at least a 50-50 at least so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Haas has taken a bunch of space up towards A, and that has drawn, you know, 2 players over to at least watch the area. But Ketsu picks off Dadvid too low, getting Ketsu, and, you know, sort of evening it up a little bit, but unfortunately, you know, still falling short with the numbers advantage. Honestly, this might be massive. This push. Haas is just gonna sit there. They know. Tulo gets Cobalt. Dom takes Haas. Tulo gets Dom. Oh my god, it's back and forth. Tulo gets Neb at almost the ace for Tulo. Unfortunately, gets picked off by J-Surg, and that was something.
Well, yeah, we're seeing the plan from Spate. It feels like a completely different team for the first time we watched them. The first time they played it, they were a lot more decisive. They were increasing the pace when they needed to. Now it feels like they're playing a little bit more reserved. They're giving more, respect to their opponent's name. And while I do agree that Army of Five deserves some respect, you have to put your playstyle and what worked into this. Because right now you're playing a retake on one site every single time. And Army of Five are just going slow, finding what that site is, and getting the bomb down easy for themselves.
Yeah, and you know, I don't think Haz was able to spot out too many. They're just gonna sit there and, you know, they're just gonna insert their Omen up into rubble, and all the time it's going to be it's gonna be very beneficial, really. But they're going to, they're going to take C site with the use of these Sky Seekers, and it looks like they might flip the map, really. Because at this point, that is probably the best thing they can do, is try and flip the map on them to push them back as far as they can. David might know that there's a flank, but unsure still.
Killjoy lockdown is big here. You're going to stall out some time, sure, but again, remember, this is a sort of pistol round buy, and it feels like the Spate team should have just went down to the spike here, saved maybe the one rifle that they did manage to claim. Right now, seems like all of the damage is going the way of Army of Five, and it will remain that way. 5 HP for J-Surg, and see if he can get the last one. The answer, not even that. Hollywood with 4 on the round, a big round, considering they just used the Sky Seekers, and now find themselves just 3 orbs away.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they have 2 more even larger ults coming online, with Haz having the Viper's Pit, the Neon's I think it's Overdrive at least. And the Omen, mass PP is what I like to call it. But at the same time, you've got the Showstopper, you've got the Rolling Thunder, you've got the Neural Theft. You've got a bunch of ults on both teams that are going to be really, really massive when it comes to potential post plants, site retakes, and reclears.
Spate once again playing off site on not 1 this time, but 2 now sites. And that to me is very, very concerning. They're not able to play off of any of their Cypher utility. Sure, they might have some information, but what good does that do you if you can't capitalize on it? Katsu in a nice little off angle, I believe, did spot 1, but not going to take the shot and give off their position. Although I guess they'll choose to do it now. And it seems like this default from Army of Five has gone strong. Spate, remember, they went into a slow pace towards the beginning. Now, trying to speed it up, and Dadvid unfortunately taking you on down. Not quite spotting Neb just yet. Waiting for the right timing to strike. Waiting. Seeing if someone will overextend here, and both players almost on top of each other from the shadows used, and just like that, it's a C hit once again, rewarded with a free sight, and it's like Spate have not learned anything from their previous rounds.
Yeah, and we see the Viper's Pit coming online from Army of Five, and that is, that's gonna stall out, but J-Surg gets the pick on the Haas, stops the plant, and stops it from going down. And I don't think they have time. But they do! They do! J-Surg used the ult in the wrong site, and now it is looking very slim for the side of Spate, as J-Surg does pick off David, but at the same time, J-Surg now has to fight in a 1v3 with 56 HP left. But Do they know that there is someone currently running behind them? I believe that is Hollywood is currently flanking, and you know, they're just gonna swing together, play together. And Hollywood gets the 3K with JSerg being the last pick. And that gives them 5-2. This is, I will have to say, this is definitely a shocker for me, because this is, you know, this is number 1 seed versus number 19.
Yeah, and that's not to say I believe that, oh, one team is way better than another based off rank. And of course, rank certainly does not matter when it goes to this organized sort of play. You have completely different play styles that'll clash together. One team will come out on top, and it might not be the one that's higher ranked. But Spate, you know, like we mentioned, they wanted to get off to a better start than they did last time, and it still feels like that slow first 3 rounds that they lost straight in their previous matchup we saw. They're not feeling like themselves, and honestly, I'm shocked just as much as you are that they're not able to bring this back, because sure, Army of 5, they're good. They're on attack. They're on Lotus. Still, Spate, it feels like, should have some stronger chances here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, like, you know, the game that we saw Spate play earlier today, right? They were phenomenal on Lotus. And the map that we saw with Army of 5 went to, I believe it was single overtime, being 14-12 as the final score. So Army of 5 coming out and, you know, winning three in a row already is just, it's boosting their morale more and more the longer that they're going to play.
Feels like to me, if Spate end up giving Army of 5 this score line of 7-2, it feels like the game's over in terms of mental. Even if there's a side swap in, it just kind of feels like, okay, how much can you really take back? How many rounds can you afford to lose on this defensive side before it becomes too much to crawl your way back into a tie game, back in to at least finding some advantage? And Hollywood just contacting yet again. Remember, the Cypher is not peaking, and really, nor is anyone from Spate. So you're going to know if there's an aggressive hold. Hollywood calling over the team because of how much space they have, and they've sniffed out, oh, wherever the Cypher's playing, let's hit their site, because there just isn't anyone there to contest it. So what if we hit the trap wire? We're just going to get a free site anyways.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, the biggest thing that Spate needs to do right now is simply just tell each other, hey, why don't we just gamble stack with Cypher, right?
30 seconds
They're
left.
hitting the site that Cypher's always on, so why don't we just say, huh, let's stack with Cypher, and all of a sudden they're pushing now into a full 5 stack. You know, Haz picking off Ketsu, Zamas getting Neb, Haz gets Cobalt, you know, Zamas gets Dom, and Haz gets the 3K with JSerg being the last. I feel like JSerg's been the last for a lot of 3Ks lately. Feel bad.
I mean,
But
somehow still, JSerg's been, like, in this even sort of KD line. And, I mean, Spate, I don't know what else to say. It just feels off. I don't know if it's the comms, the plays that are being called. Either way, they need to wake up. Whatever they're doing, it's not working, and they just keep repeating it. And we all know the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result.
And that's exactly what Spate's doing. Spate is constantly leaving their Cypher all alone, pushing up towards, you know, B, and there's nobody, you know, pushing back the entirety of, you know, Army of 5 from taking this A main space, and they're just gonna walk in for free. Dom is just going to be sitting there, almost incapable of doing anything but leave the site for the retake. And they're just gonna get the plant down, but David is sitting there. I don't think they know where that Cypher camera is, so unfortunately, you know, they might still get spotted from that, but they are planting the bomb for breakable. So this is going to be difficult. Zamas picks off Cobalt. JSerg gets Hollywood. Zamas gets the 3K with Neb.
Player standing.
David takes out Zerg. Dom, sitting in a 1 versus 3, knows where Haz is, but, you know, unfortunately isn't fully aware of where the last 2 players are, but they are holding a great crossfire. And David picks out Dom, and that is, 7-2 for Army of 5. This is not looking too hot for Spate, and they need to change something, and they need to change it fast.
It just feels like Army of 5. Well, here's even the thing, right? Dom has that Cypher Cam up the entire time. You have that available for you when you go for your retake. And not popping it, not giving the relevant information, or just not capitalizing off of it puts you in yet again another terrible spot. I hate to sound all doom and gloom, but that's just the result. Spate, they stack one site, and Army of 5 has just been baiting out that trap play every single time, and it has been working to a T.
Yeah, absolutely. Not any damage going off yet, but they're gonna sit down towards C. They know when there's the aggression towards A that the Cypher is going to be sitting down towards C, so they're just gonna look to potentially fake or just instantly flood the site. And it looks like they're gonna go back, but they're gonna go straight into Ketsu's crosshair. Hopefully Ketsu is able to at least get one. Cobalt is there to back them up, but Sheriffs versus Vandals, this might not go well. Has picking up both Cobalt and Ketsu. And unfortunately, having to draw the last 3 players from Spate all the way over. That being the first one there is going to, look to clear certain angles. But at the same time, there isn't really anything they can do when all they have left is Sheriffs and no Vandals. Oh, they have a Stinger, and Jacer picks off David. Ooh, that was pretty good. They know it is planted for breakable, but unsure of how to do it. And Zamas gets Jacer, Neb gets Zamas. Good picks. But I don't think that they really have enough time to go back and forth, especially with the stall potential from Army of 5. And Dom gets to low. Maybe. And Hollywood picks off both Neb and Dom. So, unfortunately, that is, 8-2. I was hoping to see a lot more so far from the side of Spate. I know there is still 2 rounds left, but at the same time, the best they can look for is an 8-4.
I mean, that was the best setup that Spade have had so far. That was the best chance they had at making something work. 2 problems, though. 1, it was on a Sheriff buy, which already you're probably going to lose anyway. And the fact that you just don't land your shots towards A rubble is unfortunate, or A route, excuse me. But then, fact number 2 is Army of 5. They're playing for your current setup as well as your old setup. So they're trying to watch any sort of play you could go for. Too low already getting 1 kill. And now Ketsu's just going to get dashed up on. It seems like Spate are just going disasters for disasters. And again, I mean, what do? You really haven't changed anything. Except Spate are just not winning. I mean, you win this gunfight here, but a 4v3 ults online, do you really invest them?
Honestly, their best idea is probably, I would save and just wait for this, because the post-plant potential that they have, they've got the Seekers, they've got the KJ Mollies, they've got the Viper Mollies. It's really going to be looking grim, but at the same time, they're going to be pushing in, destroying all the Seekers. Cobalt gets Hollywood. But does he know about Zamas? Does anybody know about Zamas? Tulo picks up Dom and Neb with the Molly kill. And Zamas picks up Cobalt, and that gives us 9-2. So far, this is, this is last round, right? And look at the buy that Spate is having to go with. Neb not even being able to buy probably util, probably not being able to buy as much util, and being on like light shields and a guardian, it's looking very grim. Where the fact of there's players on Army of 5 that could buy 2-3 rifles in just this round.
Spate need a way to get back into this game, and unfortunately a 10-2 half is not going to be the way in. This is a best of 3 now, so map picks and bans are a factor. Jay Surg, well, at least claiming the first 2 kills. Make that 3, and does he have to do it all for them to win a round? We'll see. Zamas just opening up that door once again, taking it to the C site. But as I was going to mention, Spate, this is their map pick, and right now, it's 2-9. They are really struggling. Sure, they've got the upper hand in this fight. Surely they don't throw it, right? Because you have the Thrash. You should just play together. You can play... Yep, there's the Thrash being invested, giving themselves a little bit more info, and pushing into Waterfall. That's a great play, but unfortunately, Neb will make sure that you can't get away with it, bringing themselves at least 1 consolation round as they move into this attack half.
You know, a wise person that I know once told me 9-3 is statistically the best place that people can come back from. But, you know, we've seen it where teams come back from like 10-2, right? But it's very uncommon. So 9-3 is, you know, it's the best place that Spate can be in right now to even have a chance of trying to come back. But at the same time, you know, they have to start with this pistol. They have to start with this pistol and move on to the next. They can't just, you know, be like, oh, if we win this, we're going to do this. Or if we lose this, we're going to do this. No, you focus on the round at hand.
The Neon dashing on up, and already the Ghost not quite landing the shots, but make that 2 in favor of Spate. That's the best chance they could have hoped for in terms of that fight. They don't get the Yeoman, but Zamas can only do so much from this baby door. The question is, how much damage will it be? Just shoot on through the smoke, and the answer, no. Nothing. No value whatsoever. Haas, the classic, and that one's not going to go well for you against a 1v4. Too low. We'll just have to resort to getting swung in at baby door. And, well, the classic, once again, the classic gaming, now getting pushed ever so much more. And that's a lot of damage. You're playing leapfrog with the enemy team, and Tom will come out on top.
Yeah, and a flawless round from Spate. And that, honestly, that is one of the rounds that they needed. They really needed that. But at the same time, you look at the other side, they also got the first round. And then they lost 2. So let's hope history doesn't repeat itself and that they actually are able to win their anti-eco and potentially their bonus buy.
I mean, ironically, right, we expected Spate to be a little bit stronger on this map because when they played together and their util was comboed perfectly, you saw them win the fights out, just like they did in that previous pistol. However, their gambles, that's what the plays are. And so it seems like sometimes when they gamble incorrectly, they just end up straight up losing the round. Army of 5 here, they're going to make a gamble of their own. It's going to be an educated guess because more noise towards C equals more players probably towards C. As the walkthrough comes in towards B, though, Army of 5, they seem to be relatively aware. The pinks come through. Dadvid might go for an early sort of peek, and that one ambitious a little bit too much. Katsu will double satchel in towards Waterfall, and the players are aware. The wide swing at the sprays, they're all there. And the anti-eco should be looking good. The guns are capped, and Zamas, nothing but a classic towards heaven, getting sprayed out. And now it's just down to Hollywood, who, with the right clicks, will also fall as well. That's Spate now bringing themselves back in, but it's going to be a slow and steady way.
Yeah, and you know, I won't... You know, as great as dealing some damage is and making them have to rebuy shields, when you're dealing damage to someone who's full confidence swinging you, they're expecting to be dealt damage. They know how much money they're going to get within the next round. They know they can rebuy the shields, so these teams are going to be looking for those picks to ruin the econ. And looks like a lot of fast aggression coming out from Spate and Katsu specifically, but are they gonna realize Dadvid here? Dadvid gets 1, gets 2, Hollywood gets another, Dadvid gets 3, and Dom is left in a 1v5.
Hey Dom, what you got? What's he got? Nothing. If you know, then I applaud you for knowing lacrosse.
I don't know.
inside jokes, but unfortunately, yeah. Dom, I don't think is in on that joke either, but still follows the same philosophy. It's a 5v1. You got 2,400 credits. You could opt to save here, or really, you could opt to do some wacky lurk play, go around through C, through B, something of that sort. But the value that you get here, just not as much. Army of 5, it seems like they just needed some guns to get themselves back in the flow of things. And Spate, they're going to go back to the drawing board because, unfortunately, if you can't win
30
with
seconds
guns, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. And, you know, right now, I'd be entirely confident to say that if we were to enter the call for Spate Esports, we'd be hearing them talking about next round, being like, hey, guys, what happened? What the heck, man?
10
And,
seconds left.
you know, Dom getting spot out by the turret, it did deal some damage, so you're going to potentially have to rebuy shields. Dom, looking at the statue, tracing the statue actually, and yeah, that'll do it for the round. It'll be 10-5 for Army of 5, and
This game is a lot different than the previous one we saw. That one was back and forth, no major streaks, but Army of 5, they ended up winning 7 straight before Spate had a response. I mean, this one obviously the biggest of the swing rounds, considering whoever wins this one will set themselves up for success in the rest of this half. Army of 5, though, it feels like if they win this round, they win the game. And that might just be the case. The Thrash will be online for Spate here. And that will mean most likely a free execute in some way, shape, or form. Too Low is going to back it on up. And yep, that's exactly how you want to play it. Yeah, I don't know if you want to commit to the Detain, because then you won't be able to get your Thrash on back. Dom is aware of one, but spots out the other as well. There is a timing for both of these players to get caught out, but Too Low is good for 2. That is absurd, and now just down to Dom, who's trapped all the way in spawn. They're yelling, stick, 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 and you will be able to do it because the bomb is planted safe. Dom, you can't do anything here. Go save your gun and run back to your spawn, because unfortunately, it's yet again back to the drawing board. The plays don't work out.
yeah, and, you know, just like that, we're sitting at 11-5, right? And a massive thing that you said, right, was this. This was Spate's pick. So not only am I shocked about how well Army of 5 is doing on their other team's pick, but how well they're going to do when they have to go onto their map,
This is a nice spot.
right? Because, you know, we're seeing these executes, we're seeing how fast they're able to retake and how proper they're able to retake, and we're just, you know, and Spate's just not being able to get a hang of it. So I'd be scared to see what happens when we get into map 2.
Yeah, map 2 could be just a few moments away, or for all we know, I guess, could be another 30 minutes, because this game, as much as it says 11-5, could go to OT just like the last has. The one to hold down this B site. Once again, these jiggles have been the play for Army of 5 time and time again, a way to get a lot of space and information using absolutely no utility. It has been paying off time and time again. They haven't been able to get caught off guard. Neb, though, working towards the A site. You have to imagine that Dadvid will spot one player eventually, and now does. So the relabel invested on in. And swaps to a different angle where it's a little bit easier to get on out. No shot, you're going to try to swing that. Thank you very much. There is at least a fault line, and Dadvid will get on out of dodge. A space, yes, managed from Spate, but a showstopper and a lot of time burned. Now, because you have to force to this A site, Dadvid is going to try and do as much damage as possible, try and force out this Raze showstopper, but unfortunately can't even get the first kill. Really, really unlucky. The Sheriff's doing a lot of work, has bringing them slightly back into this one, but there is a world where they do not spot this player down under the rope, and yes, Dom will at least be good for 1. The showstopper out of the picture now, but still a 3v2. Spate, the numbers advantage, the high-low setup, the mosh, the wingman, everything's still available, as well as a fault line for the tap. Has gonna opt to swing this one. Is good for the first kill. That's both players now spotted towards that tree area. There could be a lineup, and right now, 3 bullets remaining, but it's Has to get back in. It's 12-5.
Yeah, and, you know, just like that, we're on map point. And, you know, what a phenomenal play from both Has and Tulo. Just making sure that they have each other's back. One of them gets stunned by the fault line. They hop out of danger, and the other one hops right in to get the pick. And there isn't much Spate can do, right? The potential that they have to try and come back is I have to say it's astronomically low. Like, it could happen, but at the same time,
It just doesn't feel like they have the confidence and the vibes to really get on through. And Neb, although claiming one as well, okay, maybe they do have what it takes to get it done. Katsu with the one with the showstopper, all the utility finding kills this round. And the Viper's Pit used on C will be irrelevant. Unlucky for you. It feels like every time you do that, they never go to your site. Now you know how it feels to be a Killjoy main. The Tulo has to face the entire team in a flawless round from Spate. It's almost as if they were just decisive enough. They said, okay, we're going to shoot him in the face now. We're going to fully commit. We don't care about the mind games. Let's do what we're better at, and that's shooting them.
if I'm Has in that situation, and I peek an angle, and there's nothing, and then 2 seconds later, 4 people swing, I'm absolutely scared out of my mind. Because not only do you just see 4 people swing, it's a 2v5, right? There's still one other person that you have no idea where they're at. And, you know, big idea, they're probably sitting near the bomb. Make sure no one's on it.
Yeah, it really does seem that Spate are going to need a long way back into this one. Isolating a pick going to be their best bet, but that's also not where they've found the best value. Hollywood showing you why and how to do this properly. And now just down to Dom, who is spotted out. The shot's not even good. An army of 5. They're barely going to let Spate get to 5, let alone 6. That's the map. Make it a wrap. We're going on to number 2.
Yeah, and, you know, number 2 was Sunset, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta confirm with the amazing Ari, but at the same time, you know, that was Spate's pick. I'm very scared to see the kind of protocols, the kind of executes, the kind of reaction plays that Army of 5 could potentially have for their pick, right? Because they're going into it full well knowing that they're confident enough on that map to play it.
Yeah, Army of 5, it just feels like they're better at slowing down the tempo, using the time to their efficiency as opposed to being indecisive, not quite knowing where to go or what to do. And I just think that issue is going to become even bigger of a problem towards that Sunset map, which, you know, by the way, we are going to have to wait just a tad bit for. I know, it's not going to be as big of a break as between rounds. It's just going to be a few minutes, I promise. No more than 5. We will be right back with the continuation of the grand finals for the Spate Skirmish. Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to what could be the final segment of the Spate Skirmish #1, brought to you by Lux as well, so make sure to check them out. But my name is AriCast, here with Zurek, and if you've been watching us, we are finally free from the Lotus jail. We get to go to Sunset.
Finally, I swear, we've been in a time loop all day where we just go back to Lotus, but luckily enough, we get to go to Sunset, you know, the one of the newer maps within this game, but you know, still has a lot, it still has a lot of potential, really. It's got a lot of different, you know, it's got a lot of different strats, a lot of different agents that you can play on it. I wouldn't be shocked if there's, you know, obviously an Omen, there's a Viper. Actually, I take that back. I would be shocked if there's a Viper. but Breach, I've seen Breach a lot on that map, and Gecko as well, so I wouldn't be shocked if those two are duoed again, you know, within Sunset.
Well, I mean, based off of what we saw just in terms of Lotus and what these teams have played earlier in the day, you kind of have to expect that there's going to be Cypher, Breach, but also a Neon for at least one side. I mean, it worked out towards that Lotus. It made them win a lot more, I guess, often and a lot more cleanly than they did in their previous matchup. So I think we're going to see that Neon again along with the Gecko, and then to top it all off, probably an Omen or Clove.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Clove has a lot of, you know, different capabilities that Omen really doesn't, right? You know, not only do you have your heal, you have your smokes after death. You have a literal resurrection, as long as you get a kill or assist. And then you have your metal. Like, there is so many different plays. There's so many trap plays that you can do with a Clove that just can't be countered.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things that you can do. And honestly, right, if we're talking about the uses of the smokes after death, you have to look at that B side on Sunset, because Spam City is not moving anywhere anytime soon. If you place that smoke after death, blocking yourself off from the spike, you can spam all day, every day, and still somehow win the round. It is absurd. And honestly, I would like to see a Clove going into this game. I would not mind that at all, but it is going to be just a few minutes before we get into that game, so all we can do is sit back and speculate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is their, you know, this is Army of Five's pick, right? We saw Spate's pick, and unfortunately, you know, it didn't go well for them. They ended up losing, but at the same time, you know, maybe Sunset is a map they've also practiced, because they didn't ban it, right? So they have to have some idea going into it, knowing of what to do.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, but I believe the insta-ban for that, that Spate Esports side was Ascent. So this is a little interesting, because Ascent is very, very similar to Sunset. It is not like, you know, completely different, like, say, Fracture to Pearl. No, it is like basic City. And yeah, there's some sort of variation here or there, but I don't know. Just off of how that we saw them play last game, you're going to have to show up with a new team if you're going to want to take this map home.
You see what I'm seeing on Spade's side? You see that Yoru?
Yeah, I do.
Yoru coming out from Jacer. I mean, I won't lie. The potential from Yoru and Yoru plays in general are absolutely phenomenal. If you know how to play it well and you know how to play it correct, there is an untapped amount of potential that you have for a Yoru and just for the rest of your team, because not only do you have the potential to flank just about every round and in areas that, you know, you normally can't get to by walking without getting seen, but you also have the instant rotate. You can immediately rotate to the other site with just the click of a button.
Yeah, the one click of a button, obviously going great for those rotates, but something that I do want to talk about is the time, right? You love Spate. Spate loves to go fast, right? They love to speed it up, do whatever they can. And Army of Five, they love to take it slow, so that instant rotate TP, it's not exactly going to help them if they're placing the teleport off the rip, because it's going to fade on away, it's going to dissipate, and now you're left with just your Cypher anchoring B or I guess, what would be an Omen or Neon anchoring A.
Yeah, and you know, I think we're going to see quite a bit of mid aggression. You know, mid is the aim of the game when it comes to this map, and I was right. Ketsu getting right down into lane. David pushing all the way through. Jacer picks off too low. Cobalt gets David. Ketsu gets Haas off screen. Zamas gets Cobalt, and Ketsu gets another, but gets traded out instantly. Pop through the smoke, and Dom picks off Hollywood, and that is, you know, that's your first round already going to the side of Spate.
Well, Spate, they won their attacking pistol round, I believe, the time before. Or maybe it was the defensive. No, they won both pistols. So either way, we at least expect that, and we see that the same team we saw before. The question is, will they be able to convert on it, right? They've gotten anti-ecoed before today, and they haven't been able to win that first gun round. So, as much as, yes, the first pistol is nice, I'm still not convinced. I want to see more than just that first round go their way.
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to see a team do really well in their bonus as well as, you know, their anti-eco. But, you know, David picks off both Dom and Cobalt with just a classic. Picks up a stinger. And does he get cleared? Does he get cleared? Picks off Ketsu. David for the ace.
No way, not on an eco buy. Oh my gosh!
Gets the ace on to Spate. That you have to agree with me on this one. This one's going on Twitter. Absolutely. An ace of this caliber, especially on an anti-eco, just phenomenal plays from Army of 5 and a phenomenal ace from David.
How dare you say that that clip is going on Twitter? It's already on Twitter. You know how fast those guys are? It's already up there. We're talking, and it's probably being live streamed on there for all we know. But a big anti-eco round to get Army of 5. A lot of wiggle room in this map because, well, Spate, we mentioned they got anti-ecoed before. Now, that's exactly what happened. They get ecoed. That's not good, right? And it seems like we have the same team that showed up towards the previous game. Now you can bring it back with an eco of your own, but too low misses the timing and not one but two players. And this could be very, very deadly. Missing the timing yet again. They're aware of the cam, but they are also aware that there could be some players in their spawn. Question is, do you have the guns out? Oh, there's a free little stinger in spawn. Uh-oh! Somebody's got to land the shots, and it is going to be Hollywood, as well as Zamas. A little bit scrappy, but the rotates are mirrored for both teams, as everybody is booking their way to A.
You know, I think there was a little miscommunication. I think they're juggling guns right now to make sure that if they need to swap, that they're able to. The Gecko blind going through will spot one, but Tulo is going to creep up mid, but this, you know, this trip aren't able to dodge it. Hollywood picks off two, and Zamas gets the third. Dom going down, and this goes inside of Army of 5 as they get the plant down for a little bit of extra moolah.
Ironically, if this round had guns or Spate, I think you would have seen a different story. But unfortunately not, and that's why it pays to win your anti-eco rounds, folks. You have guns, the better guns win the fights. And, well, I think both of those teams should have had their guns out at the moment because there is a timing that you could have missed with the Cypher Gam, combined with the fact that, well, you're re-clearing your spawn. Why are you just walking in it? At that point, just run for it. But either way, Spade at least, they get some damage done. It is some sort of save by. Just have to hope that now, as you get these guns, you're going to replicate what you did in round number 1.
Absolutely. Zamas TPing behind this box at A main. I think Dom knows and is holding, you know, the peak out the far side, but switches over and yeah, takes a different angle to be able to see. So I think they know that Zamas is there, and you know, just stalling any sort of push that you can right now is the best that they can do. Right now, they know that nobody is going at A site right now, just due to the fact that Ketsu is sitting in A main. Tulo gets Cobalt, but you know, this is going to draw a very fast execute onto the site. And they don't check the corner!
That is massive. Dom, though, finding 3, and this one somehow, magically, is a 2v2, is somehow even... You'd have to pop the neural theft, right? There's a world where you pop the neural theft. Yes, the body is a little bit too far away, but I feel like you'd want that advantage any so way. The smoke try to at least provide that advantage, but the bomb going down, I have a little bit of an inkling that both these players going to group up towards B main, play the spam, but no. Instead, players swinging out from spawn already. There is timings that there are going rough for Dom, and unfortunately, the Battle of the Ciphers might be even in kills, but leaving Army of 5 in a better position. 7 bullets, and the spam available from main. Swing off the bomb, the shots, the players knowing they're off. 5 bullets, and now spotting the player off once again. Getting jiggled for the entirety of the post plant, now running on up. And that one tap is clean with it. Zamas to make this a 3-1 game. And Spate, you gotta wake up, homie, because you need some rounds and fast.
Yeah, Zamas is maxed credits now. You know, probably going to be looking to buy Dadvid. And, you know, thankfully does. What a great teammate. I'm always happy when teammates in games just buy you. But, you know, in this situation, you know, they're sitting in call saying, hey, buy me. You know, you can't do that with your regular ranked teammates, but at the same time, you know, it's ranked.
This ain't ranked. This ain't ranked. And I'm glad that it isn't. You know, whether there's some
ranked
teams
with extra steps.
It really is. You got protocols, you got, you know, map control to actually worry about. And honestly, the ranked patch notes, if you will, are a little bit different than the ones for organized play. You have one player inserted up one site, and they just keep taking space until they die. Right now, is going to be good for 1 kill. Ketsu responding back, but the 1v1 seems to leave Ketsu at 5 HP. And it looks like that overdrive is going to be done and dusted. I don't think they're going to go searching any farther. Unfortunate, because now they don't have a gun. No, they are going to start committing. Oh, okay. They thought so.
Warning
now that
shots.
overdrive gone. Yeah, warning shots.
I know exactly.
You always got to give the warning shots. The neural theft coming through for the side of Army of 5, you know. Knowing that it's literally 2 on each site, and it's going to be a fast hit once they figure out which 2. And David is already in there. Neb picks off David and Tulo. But Hollywood picking off both Ketsu and Neb. So unfortunately, Zamas actually gets the timing onto Cobalt, and it is a, you know, 2v1 sheriff in hand for Dom. It is not looking too spicy, but at the same time, you never want to count someone out when all they have to do is hit the 1 tap.
With all this counting, it feels like we're on Sesame Street right now, but the avenue is an elbow, the magic avenue that Dom needs to look in and land the 1-taps for. No rifles on the ground at all to pick up. And really, this is looking like shambles. Spots at least 1 gun barrel. There's a world where the lineup happens, but unfortunately, that lineup will not be good for Dom. Unfortunately, you will lose the round, and yet again, you find yourself at a deficit. You need to get some rounds. You need to respond, but the more that this ticks away out of your favor, the less of a chance you'll have, just in terms of economy, in terms of emotions, and really in terms of strats, as you're trying everything in the book and nothing's working.
Yeah, and look at the economy on the side of Army of 5, right? They're full bot, and they still have, you know, mass amounts of credits. And another massive thing is the ults that they have. They have the Rolling Thunder as well as From the Shadows, but the side of Spate, they have the Neural Theft and the, you know, and the Dimensional Rift.
This one seems to be a clean execute from Army of 5, and honestly, Spate, being in a little bit of a rough position, actually gets tagged up. 80 is Dom, and this is just a full-on retake for Spate, but it's also full-on post-plant from Army of 5. They are playing to just have some sort of filter, trying to capitalize on the player in the thrash, and will do so. The blind is good, and J-Surg at least brings them back into this round, but swinging into 2 players, making it a 3v2. Ketsu has to isolate one more player, and will do so. Too low, unfortunately, getting their way. And is this bomb planted for them? No. Now knows the player is off. The jiggles come through, and Ketsu at least finally committing to the swing this time. We'll get at least one more round on the board for Spate.
What a, that right there, that play from J-Surg is something you'll see out of Eggster. Anybody who doesn't know him, you're one trick. Really just the only way that you can put it. You're one trick, and that is absolutely something you'll see out of that. Or somebody like Zip Tie. Right? Those are the 2 people that come to mind when I think, Yoru. And those are the people that revolutionized, throwing the clone or throwing a flash out of your dimensional drift. Lots of fast aggression coming out from Ketsu, but gets picked off from Tulo. The trade coming out from J-Surg and Zamas picking off J-Surg, getting revenge for your teammate, making sure that they don't go down in vain. The numbers advantage was on the side of Army of 5. Dob picking off both Hollywood and Dadvid, and now has just sitting there wondering, what should we do? Where should we hit? And unfortunately, it looks like they're leaning towards the stacked site, but I wouldn't be shocked if they call the rotate. Absolutely smart play, really, but with the time that they take to rotate, I wouldn't be shocked if Cobalt goes, hey, something's not right here. It's too quiet down in A, and just rotates to B. But unfortunately, that's not the case. It doesn't look to be the case for me over here.
Well, you want to know the reason why Army of 5 decided to go over towards the B side? The answer is because, oh boy, we saw Cypher on A, which means probably Util is there as well. So, let's just not run into some Cypher trap wires and call it a day. Zamas, you have to find the perfect timing. Spots at least one player. That's not a Yoru Clone, that's a KO, by the way. And Cobalt somehow snags away too, as well as the round.
I don't actually know how Omen was able to walk through without just getting instantly spun around and shot at, but pretty smart from Zamas to wait out Neb going through that smoke and just try and isolate a different fight while your teammate is currently watching that smoke. Because your teammate's waiting for someone to push out. And if someone pushes out and someone pushes in the smoke at the same time, that's a recipe for disaster. But
Recipe for timing as well as disaster? I feel like in this game, timing and disaster are interchangeable, unfortunately.
they're basically the same thing.
Oh boy, Ketsu, make sure you don't lose your life on that jump peak. There's the Breach Ultimate. The Rolling Thunder comes on in, and it will find 0 value, except at least forcing the opponents to get on off-site. The retakes, they've been okay for Spate. They've been online for the past few rounds. Dadvid, you have to get some sort of value if you're going to push out here. Don't just donate your life on over. You might want to use the Thrash or play for spam, and Dadvid somehow finds a timing and claims 2. That is massive. Now you can play the spam game. Now you can win this one just for sure. It would take a miracle to get back in for Spate. And, well, still spotting out one player. Will at least claim some sort of advantage, but you have to think that this round is over. Especially with Neb on 1 HP, the Thrash available, and now it's just down to Dom. Seems like this one is over. Call it a wrap. Dom, go save your gun and save your ult.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Zamas might be trying to hunt it down a little, but unfortunately not able to. And, you know, that's... Well, we're in round 9 now. 5-3 for Army of 5. 5 for 5? I got hungry when I was saying that now.
I was gonna say, it sounds like a fast food deal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, 5 for 5 at KFC? What?
Brands that shall not be named. 5 for 5 Spade Esports, brought to you by Lux.
5 for 5, my backyard. I'll make some chicken. I'll make some chicken. I'll make some food.
Okay.
I'm a good cook.
Well,
But,
you
yeah.
better cook on the battlefield too.
I don't know about that one, but you know, a lot of early aggression. Ketsu kind of just be hopping around in mid, having fun. Probably more fun than we're having sitting here in the cast booth. Dom spots the barrel, gets Hollywood. Dadvid takes out Zerg. Ketsu and Cobalt picking off both Dadvid and Haas. And they're just gonna, they're just gonna sit here. Wait. They have to know. Ketsu. Where's Ketsu? Ketsu's going around. Ketsu's taking the long way.
Yeah, I mean, that neural theft is going to give them a cue saying, hey, our Cypher left the A site, let's just take that. And honestly, I kind of wish that there would have been some sort of challenge. Oh boy, that's a trip there. Yeah, you don't want to break that, but there is a gap through the smoke. No, just hold it. You're going to get spammed out anyway. But oh, this is not going to go well for you. And the double swings out. Too low will get one, but a thrifty nonetheless. Spate, they're coming back into this one, and it looks good. But
Yeah.
can you replicate it for maybe a few more rounds? Get yourself to a 6-6 half.
Need a drop.
A 6-6 half absolutely would probably be the best idea that they can get, but at the same time, you know, Army of 5 is definitely not going to make it easy for them to get it to 6-6, right? They are going to push as much as they can to potentially make it, what, I think it's 8-4? 8-4? That is their goal right now.
Another 4 spy up here for Army of 5. And honestly, pretty solid play considering they have the showstopper, but that means you're going to want to take an aggressive fight early first. Don't let them get pushing into you, because then you will be at the disadvantage having the stinger. You want to kind of initiate the fight yourselves, and well, it's only a matter of time before that does come through. You know that Cypher's been lurking towards A every single time. The timing, though, and Tulo will get the initial kill over towards B. The TP back to A for J-Surg, but that is that neural theft showstopper. Everything used, and oh boy, that one's going to be at the feet of Cobalt. You should have realized that was coming because the shot was not fired yet. This one, you go off the back of a thrifty, and you need to convert off of the advantage you gain. The question is, that would be a clone, and both players choose not to shoot. David lands 2 with the stinger there, which is absurd, and now it's just up to Dom yet again. It feels like every single time, and the save call initiated.
And I wouldn't be shocked if they try and hunt this down. They are really looking forward to getting that kill, but Dom picks off Zamas. So I don't know if this is worth it, but David picks up the 4K on Dom, and that gives us a 6-4 so far. A little body shooting going on. I mean, you know, so just making sure that they're, you know, not gonna shoot back. Just making sure.
I think for Army of 5, like, yeah, you can shoot the body, I guess, right? You know, it's always a display of confidence, something like that. But I don't feel like they've earned that right yet. It's only 6-4. You just got thriftied. You won, I guess, off of a 4 spy, but still, like, you're not in control. Usually you see teams do that when they're up 4 or 5 rounds. Right now, you're just up 2. This could easily come back to bite you. And I wouldn't get too comfortable yet. David now walking up the elbow, dodging all of the trips for the moment. And this one, if it does get planted for elbow, should actually be safe for the team. Yeah, it will be. And just like that, nobody has to hit any of the trips. And, well, they're going to break them, though, as the Raze gets on site. The Null Command, the Dimensional Drift, everything is used. This is an all-in round for Spate. They must win it. And, oh, boy, the spam is going to be good. But J-Surg is in a weird spot. The Flash TP and only connects onto the one Ketsu with some solid damage. And this one, all of a sudden, just ends up only to Zamas. The KO, the one on the floor, but no bullets remaining. And Neb will at least get that final kill, give themselves an additional round, and we might see that 6-6 tie.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, unfortunately, David took out Cobalt. Cobalt was unable to get revived from being knocked during the null command ult, but they still secured the round, right? They're really, you know, there's not really a lot to do that Army of 5 hasn't done, right? they've played fast, they've played slow, they've changed the tempo up already. They've showed them that they can, hey, we can hit fast, but also, we like to take our time. And Spate's reacted very well so far.
A slight rush to play for Army of 5 here, and well, there's one trip broken. Dom's just gonna opt to run on away. And the executes have been strong for Army of 5. The question is, can you get yourself some sort of advantage post getting the bomb down? Not necessarily in the post-plant scenario, but trying to get something before you settle into those positions. Dadvid, the one who's always been pushing up early. Paranoia's on out, and the Singer's Praise just barely not enough. 2 HP remaining. Ketsu could get spammed, and does, but the bullet's enough to trade on out. And a lot of good fire covering from Spate, but Has still not out of this one. The spam almost goes onto the wrong player, but Has will unfortunately fall as gets swung from 2 directions and doesn't have 2 heads to stare at both of them. It will be a tie game.
Yeah, and like you said, very, very, I think, to me, it feels so long ago that you asked, that you were like, yep, we'll get the 6-6 half, but, I have to think that it's still anyone's game right now. There is still a chance for Spate to come back, but there is also a chance for Army of 5 to take the whole series. So, right now, to me, it is literally a coin flip. I couldn't give a prediction if someone showed me a video of these teams playing. I couldn't give a prediction because it's a coin flip at this moment.
Heads or tails?
Heads.
Flip a coin. Heads. Okay, so heads, Spate wins. And the coin flip is... It's tails. All right, the coin has spoken.
Let's hope Spate can prove that coin wrong, but who knows? The coin is truth.
Ooh, there's one nice kill for Tulo, and honestly, that's about as good as you can get, hoping and being that anchor set up on Cypher on site. As a 4v4 retake initiated, it's only a matter of time. The push-up, not super great with pistols, and the Paranoia is good to catch onto both players. Cobalt, 20 HP, still behind this back Jenny spot, and a nice flick too, leaving it just down to Zamas. And a 1v1. 6 bullets remaining.
Cover going out.
It's the reload, does get it off, but not quite aware that they are on the bomb. Walks into the smoke, it's gonna be a timing, and oh boy, the right click is not good the first time, but it is the second time, and thank goodness you bought shields, because Dom, you're gonna give yourself now a leads, the first one since round 1.
I wish my classic could do that. I think everybody wishes their classic would just, get those crispy right click one taps. But at the same time, it's also like, it's not necessarily a game of chance, but it's a game of how you place yourself. Do you stop moving in time? Is there a movement error? And the way that Dom played it was about as perfect as you could get in a 1v1 scenario on pistol.
Dadvid right now. Going to be walking on in and has to land the shots, but it's actually Zamas. The nice crossfire sure takes a bunch of damage. But kills on this round are kills nonetheless. Dadvid is going to go down here most likely. The right click not landing. If they do for J-Surg. And Hollywood will get one before going down as well. Leave it to just the Cypher yet again. Seems like Dom has always been that last one left. Now it seems to be Tulo. A 1v3 last time. There was a push up CT aggressively. But now the Sheriff shots, they are there. Spots out one more positioning. And now there is a timing to take. Tulo, 4 bullets. Enough to break down the high-low. Choosing not to tap on the bomb. And lands the shots onto both just like that. Too low with a crazy clutch.
My brain went too low, too slow on the reaction time. Unfortunately, Spate not being able to shoot fast enough. And absolutely, I want a replay of this. This is phenomenal from Tulo. Not even taking out the person on low who was at low HP. Cobalt had less HP and I think was susceptible to a one-shot, but getting both headshots and starting with the player at the height, that is phenomenal.
Right there.
And I know we're on the Spate broadcast, and forgive me for saying this, but it might just be the Spate way to get ecoed every single pistol round, it feels like. Every single time we seem to lose that round. And apologies, I hope you guys don't get rid of me, but you gotta prove me wrong. And unfortunately, Zamas landing the shots, taking down Spate yet again. But a lot of control gain, Tulo landing one with the Phantom, and one for Haas as well, but this one's still relatively doable. A rifle available for now both of those players, but oh, you gotta hold all your angles, homie. The fake TP out just to get a little bit of information. The paint shell, though, landing on the body, the dizzy, everything's there, setting you up for failure, and that it will. Army of 5 and finally climb back on in, take a lead, give themselves the 8-7.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that is... They take the lead back. They have, you know, they have had the lead this majority of the game. The only time that they gave up the lead was pistol round at the half. After the half.
Pistol round at the beginning of the game.
And pistol round at the beginning of the game. They have only lost, you know, their round advantage on pistol rounds. But then they win it right back on their ecos. It is phenomenal how good this team is at converting their ecos into something very useful.
Oh boy, this push-up from Army of 5. It's great to take all the A control. I mean, this is just basic fundamentals, but it's been working time and time again, right? Set up your player on the A site and now claim the kills. Hasbacks on up, and sure, Dadvid will go down. But still, really, the remainder of site still being held. Hollywood will stare at the clone as opposed to shooting them, and that is the right decision, but has falling on down. Zamas TPing on out, and will actually tuck back into the corner. Might have a timing to swing on through, and with that neural theft, certainly will if they would like. Choosing not to, though. The Omen teleport from the shadows, all the way good to get this bomb on down. And oh boy, that's a big tag. I wish they would have saved the cam until a little bit later, but never mind, they get the relevant info. And oh boy, Tsulo is just all the way there, beating them there. The flash, it pops on out, and sure, Cobalt will fall. The half coming on through, and just barely getting away. But remember, the half is known, and they haven't quite tagged the cam yet. The spam, it's got to be there, and it's not. Dumb. We'll get one, but not the round, and the round goes the way of Army of 5 yet again.
Yeah, and you know, very smart, right? Tulo knows how long it takes for them to rotate all the way over. They know that they can, you know, throw their cage, and all of a sudden they can half it. They can half it without having to worry about another player swinging because of how long it takes for them to rotate. Thanks to the From the Shadows, there isn't a lot of time after they rotate for them to plant the bomb. So you have to try to find a way to regroup with your team, and unfortunately it just doesn't work in favor for Spate. Jazer getting a nice pick, Ketsu also getting a good pick, but this mid fight, Jazer gets another one onto Haas. Ketsu, you know, picking up that Phantom. And it looks like they will be pushing A in a 2v4 format, but at the same time, you know, we've seen Army of 5 win these before. Zamas,
Well, yeah, if you're gonna be doing plays like that.
yeah, Zamas gets Ketsu, looking to peek. Zamas takes out Cobalt as well.
One enemy remaining.
Tulo takes out Dom.
Last
Jazer
player
takes out
standing.
Zamas. Bomb's still right there.
Oh,
And Tulo secures the round for Army of 5, taking out Jazer, and that is, you know, 10-7. And, you know, what a phenomenal 2v4 from Army of 5. And unfortunately, you know, Spate just isn't able to actually get the picks that they need.
I mean, that was a thrifty round chance. They most certainly had the opportunity to take that one home, especially with Dadvid, going in, getting the first pick, but then falling on down, giving the guns on over. You have a 4v2. It was a Thrifty that you should have had a free round with, but instead, nope. Mid-aggression, sure, it's going to come out in this round, but oh boy, you're set up for success. And you have plenty of rounds where you throw that chance on away. Maybe those 3 rounds that separate the 2 of the teams. Those 3 rounds that you've actually donated over to your opponent. It's only in hindsight and only a coulda, shoulda, woulda. Indeed. Has. Finding the timing and now finding the shots onto the Yoru. J-Surg will fall. Haas getting inserted up onto a very aggressive angle. This is going to be rough. Neb will land the first shots, and one more bullet is needed through a box, but unfortunately not. 3v3, please chill on out, everyone. You're making me yap too much. Take a breath of fresh air and think things over.
Dom's just sitting in mid right now. Able to see if anybody decides to rotate, through the front side of their spawn, but at the same time, there's such, they have that path they can go. That's, you can't see if they rotate, but you can definitely hear, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like they're going to be pushing back into A site, and unfortunately that is, the stack site, but they only have, 19 seconds left. They don't have a lot of time to make something work, and they're pushing into potentially the crossfire of the 2 players on Army of 5.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, boy.
And that Spike!
Down.
Yep, Spike's down. There's no time at all. And, Dom is just left to save, I think, once again.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's like the 3rd time Dom has had to save a rifle, but better to take a rifle than to not. And what great crossfire being held from Zamas and Hollywood. It's just, it's good Valorant, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's great Valorant. But I would have liked to see something more out of Spate, right?
I mean, sure, you brought it a little bit farther than you did last round, right? I believe they only had 6. But it just doesn't feel right. I mean, right now, they're attempting the same play on attack time and time again. Sure, you're going to tag out these different players on the A knife, but the aggression still seems to come through. You can hear it. Dadvid will just land the shots with the Phantom, and just like that, your information is gone. Sure, okay, we discovered a breach, and now a raise is on A. But what are you going to do with that info? In about 20 seconds, it's going to be gone. And sure, you have mid-space, but that's the sacrifice that Army of 5 are gladly willing to make, knowing that you're still going to have to push onto a site sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think, I think it was the Cypher. I think J-Zerg spotted the Cypher and ended up backing out, but this really isn't looking too hot, especially for the fact of there is the numbers advantage, right? There's the numbers advantage. There's the guns advantage. The Rolling Thunder. They are able to not only stop the plant, but they're able to stall the team from even being able to push.
Oh, this is just a gamble. It's not even a set play. They're kind of just guessing at this point. And J-Surg would be lucky to get 1, but you're not going to find 2. The Omen smoke coming on through. And that's enough to alert presence. The timing found, but it is for Hollywood as well. And anchoring down that site, Has takes a kill. And this round feels over yet again. What are you gonna do? The answer, nothing. It's a flawless round. An Army of 5 rounds separating them, put themselves on match, series, and tournament point.
Looking at the bar in between both teams, right? You see how good momentum works, right? The second that Army of 5 wins their eco, they snowball it. They lose 2, they win their buy. They lose 1, they have enough money to buy again. They lose 3, and then they win 6. So far, they have only dropped 1 round on this defensive half.
And it was pistol.
And it was pistol. And they are just going to flood onto sites. Moss takes out Ketsu, but Cobalt gets the trade. And the dimensional drift being popped, actually. They're not going to They are not going to shoot that clone. But Dom, do they know? They don't! They don't clear, and Dom picks up 2. This round is looking more and more winnable for the side of Spate. But there is still Tulo and Haas getting ready. You know, Lil Bro is probably going to be the one that diffuses the spike.
One enemy remaining.
There it is.
And Lil Bro goes! But, you know, Dom picks out Haas, and Neb takes out Tulo. So, unfortunately, you know, well, fortunately for some, we get to see another round of Valorant. I really thought that Army of 5 would have tried to, you know, re-clear and contact through mid, because there has been mid pressure every single round.
Well, there's been mid pressure, but there's also been Dom. Dom has always been the last to die or the first to save or something like that. And that's because Dom is just holding down the space that the team is able to get off the initial round start. There's the knife, as usual, and tags no one. You have players now setting up possibly a trap play, and yes, it was, but Ketsu able to get out. It just seems like time and time again. The re-clear, actually, though. I was going to say, they're doing the same thing, but now at least there's a little bit of a plot twist. Dadvid, though, if they hear more than 2, some sort of aggression. That is 2 big ults used, and oh, that's a little bit of a blind. That's 2 ults that are, I guess, thrown into the garbage bin because they found no value. Yeah, yeah, you can look at each other there because that's exactly what you found yourselves.
Yeah, that is, you know, I think that is what we like to call in the Valorant gaming community the Rosa ult. Right? You know, not getting a single person with that ult, but right now they're looking to be pushing all the way into a Cypher setup, but I don't think that KO knife was actually able to get the Cypher, so the setup is still there. Dom picking out Tulo. Zamas picks 2 before getting traded out by Ketsu. David, is he able to get Ketsu? No. Ketsu gets 1.
Oh.
Team blind from yourself. And the wingman going down. We boo the people that shoot Lil Bro.
Last player standing.
And you know, it is I was gonna say it is a 1v3 for Hollywood, but Cobalt immediately shuts down what I was gonna say by picking off Hollywood. And that, you know, I don't want to cast a curse it.
Oh, no.
But it looks like they're starting to make a little bit of a comeback.
No, that's not a caster curse, because I'll give you my mantra here. There's something that I hate more than a blowout. Because blowouts, right, they're not fun. It's just one team dookie on the other, and that's that. You know what's worse than that? A fake comeback. One where the teams go all the way to the distance. It's it's 12-0, goes to 12-12, and then the original team that had 12-0 just wins the game. That is what you hate to see. So you don't want to waste anybody's time here, Spate. If you're going to take this one a few more rounds, take it all the way home. Army of 5, if you want to win this game, end it as soon as possible before it gets out of hand.
I thought you were going to say you hate seeing map 3s. That's what I thought instead of the fake comeback. I thought you were going to say, I hate map 3s.
I'm always down for more Valorant.
Absolutely. I love map 3s because not only do we get to see more Valorant, but we get to see good players play. And when that's what you get to see, that is, you know, it's very enjoyable. Spate taking a lot of their time just faking presence in mid, and, you know, it's kind of working. The Neural Theft being the only ult online for Army of 5. Haas sitting comfortably behind this box, trying to stall out. And hopefully... Oh! Tulo gets 1, gets 2!
Neural Theft.
Haas. Traded. Give me a 2.
It's available. Wait, that's a 3v1. Wait a minute. They all foul down. And Hollywood sends us to the end of the tournament. Just like that. It's a 2-0. Get the brooms out because it's a sweep.
You know, I think I blinked at the very end and all of a sudden the map was over. I might have had something in my eye. And all of a sudden I look up and I see the game over screen. The victory for Army of 5. And, you know, just some great Valorant for Army of 5. I will say I was hoping to see a lot more from Spate Esports. I'm not saying they're not a good Valorant team. I've seen them play. I've seen them dominate in esports, but I would have expected something more coming into Lotus or even into Sunset.
I mean, yeah, a chance into maybe the third map of Haven would be nice to see. But I guess on the bright side, at least us as a broadcasting crew, we can say that it's not rigged because Spate didn't win. And that's not to say that they won't win, because I do believe in them. They put on a great show today. I'm sure that might have just been an off day, something of that sort. But they're going to come back strong, not next week, but the week after that. So that's right. If anyone in chat would like to join these, it's a bi-weekly. So keep that noted, but you can join the Discord for more information. You could follow the Twitch to get notified when we're live with the next one. Or you could head over to Battlefy and sign up for yourselves. But with that being said, that's going to be the end of our stream. Eric, any final words?
Just make sure that you keep up to date with all of the, Spate Esports. Make sure, like Ari said, follow their Twitter, follow the Twitch, and join the Discord. We welcome everybody. It's a great community. I joined today. I've been welcomed with such open arms. It is absolutely lovely. So thank you, Ari, for having me. Thank you to Spate Esports for having me as well. And that's it for me.
Yeah, that's it for us, the whole rest of the stream.
Yeah.
So big shout out to production for making this possible. Couldn't have done it without you. Big shout out to Spate for having us on, like you mentioned. And also big shout out to Lux for putting on this tournament, allowing us to have the prize pool that we do so that players feel motivated to play these grueling hours of Valorant and come back week after week for more. But that's it. I said that's it enough. That's it. That's the final it.
That's it. Cut. Just end stream. No ending soon.